every time I pick a back to the America Summit. Today we have a very special guest all the way not from America. Please welcome Say Shizzle on the casting table today as well, and we'll be watching some amazing matches among all the incredible teams today once again. Yo, Say, how you doing today?
Doing very well, and thanks for having me. It's definitely a blast to be on the other side as well, being on the American side this time around. Let's see how this would work out, because I'm actually not too familiar with the summit, but they told me don't look into it too much, let John B explain everything to you. So John B, that's exactly your job of today. You're gonna explain me the format, you're gonna show me around, and I'm really looking forward to those amazing matches, because I do know some of the players that we have in here today, and those are some bangers of matches coming up.
All right, let me walk this amazing European prince around and show him the room of the America Summit. So for this one, it will be a little similar to the European League in a way that they're all playing for points as well. So the more points, the better. The more you win in the days leading to the final playoff, it's going to be better. But the difference is for the America Summit, we will have 5 different teams, and each of the team captain have picked their player beforehand before they go into the fight. And the team captain will also play in the America Summit as well. And for every single round, they'll be picking their players to play in the matches today. So there's another layer of pick and ban kind of. Oh, there's no banning really. Another layer of drafting the player in the best order so that they can get the most win possible, because not everyone on the team is built the same way, and not everyone on the team is as strong as the other. So you definitely have the stronger player, you have the weaker player, so they have to draft in a way so that they'll get the most win in every single round. So the prize pool for America Summit is going to be, for the first team, it is a $7,500 first place. Going to be very amazing. And yeah, that's the format of it.
Yep, interesting. Good to hear. How does it work for it, like the banning or like the picking of the players itself? Does one team show like, okay, I'm gonna have this order of people going in, and then the other team can respond on that, or how does that work?
Unfortunately, it is not the case. Wait, hold up. I think we got some audio issues. Give me a moment to check that. Oh, it's fixed. All right. Anyway, they don't know who they're fighting, so they just have to choose the player in the order they think that's going to be optimal. But I think they can see who got chosen in the first round, and I think the later round they will know exactly what's happening. All right. I think audio is back, but I think audio is fixed now, so maybe it's fine. Maybe it's
makes sense. Okay, so who has so far been giving you most of feeling like, okay, those are the people to watch out for? What is the team to watch out for?
To be honest, I think every single team are very strong. However, there are teams that are not doing so well, like Team Baladao at the 5th place, and there are teams who are doing way better, like True Dolphins, who will be in the 1st place. So it's all about teamwork and individual performance at the same time, because even though you might get the easier matchup, but if you underestimate the opponent, then you might lose as well. I think last week there was a G2 player that beat G3 player, so it's not going to be easy. Today we're going to be seeing these teams playing. So we have the True Whale team, the Good Luck Have Fun team, and then we have True Dolphin, the team on the very top right now. So I think Amo didn't really perform too well for Team True Dolphin, but they still do. The team still did pretty well overall. And let's see how they're going to draft their player into today's round.
Yeah, absolutely. Curious to see. So Amo is definitely one of those streamers you see play one certain comp, and then at certain point he's like, this doesn't work, and then switches off everything once again and starts playing that for a few days, and then it doesn't work and switches everything back again. So it's definitely interesting to see how that will work out for him today. And then of course, like a bunch of the other players are very familiar for me as well. A lot of SWC players also, just for like the qualifiers if they didn't make it to the cup. So a lot of familiar faces right there.
Yeah, and we'll be seeing their pretty much reaction to how they're choosing their com, and also probably hear the audio, like Drew was speaking, and I think the audience can hear that as well. If they make some call or certain strategy, that will be broadcasted to the live stream audience.
I did hear Wykus on the cast last time joking around with some of the people being super enthusiastic, really there, and the other people are just frozen in time, very focused, as we have Ladrilla on the bottom left over here.
Exactly. So I think it's great that we can get the cam for almost every player in the America Summit in a way that you can see their reaction, their emotion, for the violent procs and all that good stuff. But unfortunately for certain player, maybe due to their busy schedule, we can't get their live feed to be live streamed for everyone else.
Yeah, that totally makes sense. But it's cool to have something as a caster, but also as the audience to work of seeing like reaction on a certain violent proc or despair stun or just the draft not working out. The moment where a Sonya tries to connect that snipe and is like, wait, why was that Minato full defense? What was the point of that?
Exactly. So it is great to see. Unfortunately, I think by the way, I forgot to mention for the matchup that you'll be seeing later, because they don't know who they're fighting for, let's say round 1, round 2, round 3. Then after 5 rounds matchup have been decided, they can use their special Angelmon rule that they can only use, I think, for the entire America Summit a couple times to switch the order so that they have the stronger players against the enemy supposedly weaker player. And the very first week someone already did that to Amo, allowing Topa to absolutely destroy Amo in the very first match. So you see here, right, all the matchup will show up.
I expect everyone to also be sharing their screens within like the community, or like within the tool that they talk to each other with. And they probably just go for like, okay, look at my screen, what should I be drafting here? So you actually, rather than have one player piloting account, you actually have now 5 players piloting account, but on both sides, which is really cool.
Yeah, so that is like a very different thing we have for Summoners or America Summit. For this one is almost a 5v5 every single round, because you have input from all the other players who are very experienced in Summoners War. But that could be a bad thing too, because let's say True Whale, who's a very experienced player and he know what he's doing, he has all the plan in his head, but then down there like further voices like, hey True Whale, you wanna draft the other thing, man? I think the things you're choosing is not that good. Then you might start doubting yourself and start playing worse. So you never know whether more input is better or not.
Yeah, that's definitely very well said. That's at some point too many opinions also make a actual direction difficult, because in the end you just have 30 seconds to decide on like a pick or a certain like target that you want to go for. And that is definitely an interesting take as well, because at some point if everyone is like talking at the same time and you're trying to listen to your own thoughts as well, it's too much.
For real, because the one who know your account best is you, and the other person might think, you know, certain unit is better. Oh, hold up, Angelmon's being used. Let's see what kind of order is being changed right now. So we have this is the order I think that was decided earlier. Let's see who is changing what, and the matchup might be changed right now. Say, let's see what's happening.
Let's see. Does it also show from which side the Angelmon came? Because in the end, they could both actually do an Angelmon at the same time.
I don't think so. So we're gonna have to remember what's happening right now. Say, I think from the back end, True Whale is the one using the Angelmon. So, oh, the swap happened. Wait, yeah, hold up. It's not True Whale swap. It's Big V going to match 5, exactly how I said earlier. And they're putting Amo in the front. Oh, they're saving Big V for Ladrillo. But Oh, True will also use and switch Vinny to the match against Big V. Oh, they both swap the order.
So both of the match 5s actually had complete different players right now, because Vinny is in match 5 and now Ladrillo is in match 2. That's a cool system. I like it.
Wow, that's crazy. So Big V was supposed to fight Ladrillo, who is also pretty insane, but now he swapped. I mean, Vinny is also pretty insane, and Ladrillo get to fight David in the second match. So Amo went from round 5 to round 1. So he got to bear the team's flag once again in the very first round, because if he lose, it's gonna lose momentum for the team. So that's not cool, right, Amo?
Yeah, absolutely. But it's also funny to see that Amo was already targeted with the Angemon last time, but he's actually targeted with the Angemon this time as well.
He's like the true Angelmon user. He's just being swapped around, changing hand between men and men. So let's see if the first match gonna be super fire between Pac-Man John and Amo. Oh boy, it's gonna be fun. I think Amo is
definitely gonna be fun. Definitely curious to see what the two gentlemen have cooked up. I'm not too familiar with Pac-Man John as his playstyle. Do you maybe have some more insights on that?
Or I'm not gonna lie, I'm not exactly sure as well. But things can change every round, you know. It depends on the meta, because we got a huge balance patch that just happened, which means all these players could have been cooking in the kitchen and creating some new changes in their draft according to the balance patch that may or may not shake up the meta. May or may not. We got some huge nerf as well for these units. So maybe Amo is gonna be using some crazy new things. Or Pac-Man John got that new Fire Megumi rune up to destroy Amo as well.
Yeah, absolutely. But also besides that Fire Megami, we did not actually see it that much in the European League for the Windobara. But we did see a lot of Okeanos and we did see a lot of Shiho, which I would say Okeanos was doing very well. Shiho, some matches it was kind of performing, some other matches it wasn't performing that much, but definitely the Fire Megami was really strong.
For sure, stealing buff went from stealing to just went from removing to just to now stealing, which is pretty amazing. You can steal all the 2-turn speed buff, and now you get to move more often and steal even more often. But since we have the COM2US team on call right now, we can I can probably say that Shiho I think is having a bug right now, because if you don't crit with skill 3, you don't stun. And that is a very big difference on how you build Shiho, and a lot of people actually don't know that. And the only way to get the skill 3 stun for Shiho right now is to build crit rate slot 4, like how you build an Ethna pretty much. Like you want to stun all the time to get the skill 3 stun, but if you happen to have a slot 4 crit rate for Shiho, then it's gonna stun all the time. And I think that is also one thing that people need to take note of if you want to build Shiho in after the balance patch, unless they're planning to fix it or change the wording in the skill or whatever.
Yeah, it definitely feels one of those things that we also had with the Fire Gojo. At some point, the Fire Gojo was a 50%, or it was stated as 50% extra damage, but it actually was 100% extra damage. And then they tuned that down to later buff it back up.
So they have things to put in the balance patch.
Yeah, exactly.
Weird. But anyway, that is what it is for Shiho. So you plan to use it, you better have it on crit rate. It is the water Ethna right now. I feel it has turn cycling, it has single target strip stun. So I feel like for every element, we have a high base unit that has strong single target strip control in the first turn. But anyway, let's look at the pre-ban between Amo and Pac-Man, see what's gonna happen here.
Yeah, let's see what they go for. Pac-Man is currently sitting at a rank 910 against Amo that just finished G3. So let's see if Amo still goes for like a Maximilian kind of style. Because I would say on leaderboards or just on like ranked matches, it doesn't work that much. But if you have a pre-ban, you might still get away with it.
Maybe. But Amo also has a lot other LD fighter can play with. We got a Ragdoll pre-ban. We got a Zibala pre-ban. Amo get the first pick. We are kind of moving away from the Oliver Jongnam segment first 3 super heavily contest to something that we don't know of yet. But we still have the Oliver first pick here. After so many nerfs, he's still one of the strongest units for RTA.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's also the meta is still revolving around it where he becomes really strong. But as you mentioned it, we did see a lot less of Jongnam. It's definitely one of those units that took a little bit of a hit where people don't feel as comfortable using it. But then again, Oliver is just so strong. It's also funny to see where you see a little bit less of a Sekhmet, but still a lot of Okeanos in its place. So let's see what he can do against that Zeratul, because Zeratul is always one of those units I don't want to be facing. Like, I want to just either take it away really fast or just ban it.
So I think Amo's doing that, taking it away very fast. He is locking in the free-to-play friendly Veronica, aka Kid, the water hacker, with the strip, pushback, and increased cooldown time on only one unit. Very terrible base speed though, only 100 base speed, so that will need your rune to be really good, or your drafting to confidently outspeed the enemy. And Pac-Man is going to try to go for the Ethna to outspeed Amo, and locking in the Heigang as well to block the second stripper that Amo is about to bring in.
Yeah, it's definitely a difficult position for Amo right now, because the Ethna's just in a really good position. Sure, Sonya could maybe do a thing, but then it's going to be the gamble. What is faster, Sonya or an Ethna? Wunsa is most likely faster, and there's already 2 speed leads on the side of Emma. So let's see if Pac-Man goes for a Wunsa counter right now or just an added speed lead.
All right, so I would probably go for some Leo action here for the Sonya. And we are looking to ban out the... Oh, we probably have to ban out one of the follow-up, though, if you're relying on the Heigang bar boots. But I feel like Amo doesn't have to care about Leo if his damage on the other unit are just really good, because even with Leo on the field, Sonya can still do like 30k, which is not too shabby against a 0-2 or an Ethna who's not very tanky.
Absolutely, but your units would have to be Will. And the thing is, Amo knows if his Wunsa and his Sonya are Will, and decided on that, you go for the Leo ban or you don't go for the Leo ban.
And it is a Leo ban indeed. And we got speed lead for Amo, better speed lead as well, which means he buy out speed and snipe out the Ethna or the Heigang. Here we go, big damage coming from Amo. Is it big though? It is big enough, and the Ethna is gonna go out, following up with the Kid for the strip pushback, and also increased cooldown time, which counter Heigang completely. Look at Amo. Oh my god, incredible strategy, say.
Yeah, absolutely. Everything is working out well. Also, that additional turn on that Maximilian, just maximizing all of that damage. And like I said, if you take out all of these units really fast, that's where you get a victory. And I think that Amo really specific went for that Angemon to play against someone where his comp shines best. And in this case, with that Ragdoll ban, with the Kid, that actually surprisingly worked very well. I think he had a good draft at that. But then the big question is, fool me once, but can you fool me twice?
Oh, we were waiting for this performance since day one, and he's showing up to dominate here. Very well drafted from Amo. And also, I think the problem with Pac-Man is that he had to lean into the 24% speed lead, which naturally give him a worse position compared to the enemy Sonya. And Ethna was also on Will, which could potentially lower the potential maximum speed for Ethna. So I think Pac-Man cannot go for the speed contest route anymore after this, and he probably have to go for the Ragdoll route that he now have.
Yeah, he definitely will go basing it around the Ragdoll right now. But big question is, Ragdoll is not as strong anymore. And I think one of the main reasons is Irene. Irene is just so good into not necessarily Ragdoll itself, but everything that likes to be paired with Ragdoll. And then I'm talking Angelas, I'm talking Gapsos, I'm talking all of those units. But Pac-Man isn't going to go full for a turn to Ragdoll comp just as of yet, because we have that Oliver being locked in, which is maybe also steal, but also giving the chance where Pac-Man might still go for this speed contest right here because of already having that 33.
Okay, let's see what's gonna happen here. Amo, I don't think it's gonna be scared of some 33 speed lead, right? Because you can also do the same thing with Vanessa, but I'm not sure if he's gonna do that. He's gonna go with his Zibala. So Pac-Man did his homework, knowing that Amo is a Zibala enjoyer, which is a rare thing nowadays, because I think a lot of Zibala com has not been being used a lot due to the rise of high base speed unit, and people just getting used to dealing with Zibala com in general. But he's gonna lock in a Zibala com because he owned a Wunsa. Allow him to do
that.
I
definitely do think that the Wunsa Zibala combination is still really strong, because AoE strip into AoE just cooldown decrease is really good. But as you mentioned, we have a 33 lead Ethna at this point. If Amo doesn't go for some kind of passives, maybe switch, do liking myself a Fire Megami in that position right there. That is really what you're looking for to maybe speed contest that and also do something against that Ethna and actually a Zima. So we have a double Puppeteer on the side of Ammo right there.
Wow, he got a budget Veronica. He now have a budget Gianna. He got a budget of everything. And Fire Megami is really amazing nowadays into a lot of AoE. That Chandra, that Ethna, giving the Megumi so much free turn to steal, to stun, to defense break. It can definitely do a lot against whatever Pac-Man's doing right here.
Yeah, absolutely. And also that switch to a little bit more of a bruiser side on the Juno. The Juno makes a lot of sense, but it is also kind of showing the draft has a little bit of everything. Because in the end, the Heigang is good for turn 1, but after that, none of the units except for the Juno speed buff itself are going to be having any buff. So Heigang will lose its value very fast after that first turn.
And also, Juno is being soft countered by Zima a little bit with the anti-cleanse. And now we have a Bruiser unit once again that could be good against Ethna and definitely good against Oliver. That's going to be the Fire Monkey King being drafted in the last spot right there. Confidently going into triple fire against double water. But I think the Fire Monkey King is not being controlled really well by anyone on Pac-Man team besides the slow debuff from Chandra.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really liking that Fire Monkey as well. And I think you almost have to respect ban it. But then on the other side, are you going to go for the gamble where you ban out the Oliver? No, actually bans the Heigang. Interesting, because I feel like that Heigang doesn't do all too much in this draft. It's more of like the Ethna being dangerous in my opinion.
I think Amo just have a nightmare about Heigang. Absolutely counter his AoE strip debuff com. But Ethna is going to take turn 1 this time around with the better speed lead. And CR is definitely going to be in trouble. CR is getting absolutely destroyed right there. But now the games begin for Amo.
Yeah, let's see how much this Zima can do. Because the Zima still has to connect on wrong element on that Chandra to actually get like the very good potential over there. Plus, it's not looking too lively for that Sierra already. So let's see how much do we connect. We do not connect on the Chandra, nor do we connect on the Ethna.
Oh no, the only thing Amo is connecting is the quit button, pretty much. Sierra's gonna go down. Zima didn't do anything. Because like that Oliver's already stunned, so the one turn stun's being useless. And the Zima's being slow and stunned. But Sierra woke up. Oh, the light at the end of the tunnel for Amo right there. A little bit of hope.
Why is this man waiting so long with that bomb? You know exactly where you're gonna be placing the bomb, but I'm pretty sure he was just scared of placing that bomb. We all had that feeling at some point. It's like, I know this has got to land. If I don't land this right now, match is over. Please land. Please do your thing. Actually, it does also connect on that Oliver, so we're definitely gonna go into a longer bruiser fight because of the Puppeteers. They're both slowed right now, but they can perform a lot of healing, whereas the enemy side only has the Juno for healing. But that is healing when you so self-choose to.
Man, in the past, these two healers would probably out-heal Juno. Right now, I'm not too sure because the slow thing is still going on. He might want to boost himself or the Zima to get out of the slow quickly to start healing. But he didn't. He chose to heal. He didn't get the speed buff for anyone else. He's confident that the Fire Megumi is going to be the one doing auto control, and it is doing exactly that with a lot of violent procs. But here comes the Chandra, big damage coming out for Zima. Oh. So the Megumi is going to be the focus, which is perfect for Amo in this position because he has two healer focusing on topping up this Fire Megumi. So looks really good for Amo.
Yeah, I do think that it looks good for Amo. Well, if we look at the numbers, the Juno is doing about 1.7 spur and all of the heals are about like 4.5. So that kind of cancels out one another. So the moment that one healing comes in, actually the Zima is healing a little bit less than that Sibala right there. But the main thing is, how much can you actually do? Because the moment you give it speed buff will make it do a lot more damage.
Keep going, say.
So, I'm not sure what's happening on the back end. Maybe we have a little bit of a music vision, how to say it, technical issue on the audio. But let's keep going with that. The thing is, I think it's the big question on this Sibala and this Zima. Can you heal enough? And so far it seems to be doing enough healing, but also even if you kill that Megumi, the Megumi skill 1 and skill 2 are the only units that it could be actually doing for any debuff. So the moment you actually take out that unit, it would be the only unit that's giving you debuffs at that moment. Whereas the skill 1 of the Zima and the Sibala both don't give you anything. So in this case, we're still looking at stuns, but we're just looking at a battle of the skill 1s because John was only gonna do skill 1. We have the Zima and the Sibala also just doing skill 1. So it's just a lot of skill 1s, and in the end, it seems to be working out where ammo, because in the end, you have that Sibala into a Juno, and Sibala into Juno. Juno's not gonna crit as much, as we're seeing. There's a lot of stuns, but back and forth, in the end, all he needed was that additional turn on that Sierra. And there we have a victory for ammo.
There's no way. There's no way I'm seeing this screen right now. This is fake news, okay?
Well, congratulations, Ammo, and that's also good use of that Angelmon right there, because the Angelmon was placing him against a comfortable position where he could get that victory. And he was actually also targeted by the other team for that Angelmon. So in the end, he definitely took his victory right there. First match, very clean with that kit. Everything connected, worked out very well. Second match, he did need a little bit of that RNG to get that Ciara additional turn in, to get that bomb in. But in the end, the moment it connects, taking out the unit, and then whereas the Zima and the Sibala felt like not doing that much, in the end, the healing was just enough.
For sure. I'm not sure if the audio is okay. Maybe it's okay now again. But hopefully it's fixed from the back end. Chat, are we good?
I think chat is a little bit on a delay for us, so I'm not 100% sure, but I'll be switching to a headset scenario, so maybe it was on my side. You're all good, Sean B. No worries, no worries.
All right, so while Say is checking, see if we got a headset going on right now, but we're going to match number 2 between Ladrillo and David. So this is like an Angelmon match as well, because Ladrillo was supposed to play in game 5, but he switched to game 2, and now he's fighting David.
Just 1 second, still have to switch the Discord thing. So I hear you of, but I also kind of don't hear you just yet. So Shambi, keep going. You're doing great.
keep fixing, my guy. So congratulations to Amo for taking 2-0, leading the team with a very good momentum right there for the very first match. And he was able to do that thanks to the Angelmon. Yep. Or maybe we doubted Amo. Maybe even if Amo played in the game he was destined to play in the first round, well, I mean in the 5th round without Angelmon, he could have won 2-0 as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think it was a very well played, and Amo must be very happy. Also, as team captain, you kind of feel that pressure on you where you want to take that win for your team. You put the team together, but you also want to just like hold your own ground, take those victories right there. So very well played.
All right, I think next up, David and Ladrillo, we're going to have 2 crazy LD5 matches here, potentially, because I think both teams have some insane selection in their box.
Yeah, absolutely. I've seen it from Ladrillo before. It's always based on that Veronica. But then again, I think Ladrillo is also one of those players you can really prepare against, because you just know what's going to come. It's going to be that Ciara-based Veronica, and then a bunch of follow-up, and then we're working from there. So that's definitely one of those players, if you're playing against that, you want to rune up probably that Jemire on Nemesis, but it's also always one of those tricky things, like, is the Jemire going to be too fast? Is the Jemire going to be too slow? Does it have too much HP? Does it have too little HP? Is it going to move at the right time?
And then if your Jemire moved to reset, is your team moving? What if the enemy just outspeed you entirely? Like, Jemire is going to be useless as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's a lot of ifs on the Jemire. It always sounds like, oh, that's a very simple counter, but let's see how that actually works out. Let's see what they have for pre-ban. Are we going to right away respect that Veronica? Yep, respecting the Veronica and actually respecting a Tianlang. Tianlang in pre-bans, you don't see it too much, but it does kind of give away what kind of playstyle that Ladrillo might be going for right away.
Yeah, he wants some juicy attack bar gain for his Evna, for his Ciara Gianna, for his Juno, for so many other things. But here we got the Oliver, Fire Megumi being first pick of all things, and a Gianna as well.
Ooh, well, that definitely makes sense on that Tian Lang right there. That Fire Megami is just giving so much ATB. We're actually talking a little bit about it when we did the rehearsals earlier, and we're just talking about matches and stuff. I was like, there's going to be a lot of Fire Megami right now. I'm very happy with the Tian Lang, but if you just pre-ban that Tian Lang, you can just go cleanly for your own style. But both of the two players are really going for their own LDs, but mixing it up with meta units right now.
All right, we got double fire into LD, and over there David is still rocking the nerf Laura situation together with Hey Gang. I think that is exactly the situation where Laura got even more nerf, because without the longer buff duration, the Hey Gang value get diminished very quickly.
And it's funny to see where we have more and more just attack mark gains on the side of Ladrillo right now. Personally, this is kind of the point that I would say, like, Antares, maybe? Like, Megami is gonna take a lot of turns. We have a lot of turns on that Diana. Even the Gianna cycling turns. That's where kind of an Antares comes into play, where you might just give it a try.
Yeah, Antares Fire Robo last two is gonna be really crazy, but I don't think these super high ranked player in a competitive match gonna lock in RNG dependent units. So it's gonna go for Patter and the good old Fire Bayak, who you can almost pick in almost any situation, and it's probably gonna be just fine.
Yeah, absolutely. And on the end, we have that Kraka. I actually haven't seen any Kraka come to play since the balance patch, because in the end, in Special League, we can't use that right now. But I'm not too sure about adding another strip, because in the end, you're already counted by the Hagang and you're counted by the Pater. So is it that great for a Volantis position right there? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm definitely not sure about the Volantis last pick into a Hey Gang and a Patter, which I guess you can ban the Hey Gang, but still you have to deal with the Patter. So he just wants to layer the strip on the strip, but that is if he's going first. Seeing how we have Oliver into Laura speed buff, I don't think Ladrillo is gonna go first. Oh, he might be.
Yeah, we have that Laura moving first, but then the question, does something move after? Well, we always have this Megami moving right after right now, but even if you go for any stun right now, I think that David is having a pretty solid draft. He's trying to stun on that Beta already, trying to force that skill in, and that might be a thing, but the big question right now, we are looking for Provoke. Can you land that Provoke towards that Gianna, or do you even decide to go for skill right now? Skill 1 might even stun that Gianna here too. Ooh,
oh my god. No way he got that stun right there, but he did stun Gianna, stopping the AoE strip stun coming out. And I'm not sure about this play with a transformation though, because there could be a sneaky violent prop from these two units, and that Diana is good as dead.
Yeah, it's definitely a dangerous one, but in the end, the Volantis still had something to say about that as well. So I think in the end, for just adding in a little bit more chip damage, it's the right play. Because otherwise, your Diana's just doing a skill 1, maybe stunning something, but everything is still very lively. And so far, so good. It might actually be working out for Ladrillo, where by the draft, you feel like, oh, this unit is countered by that, that unit is countered by this. But in the end, sometimes the match itself, it works a little bit different.
Yeah, and the fact that the Fire Megumi is going like instantly every time David take a turn is pretty crazy to me.
Yeah, absolutely, and you have to go for that skill 3 right now, but if you don't provoke on that Gianna, does actually manage to provoke the Gianna. That was really crucial, because the Gianna still had that third skill available. And as we all know, the moment that the Druid is in the bear form, or whatever the Druid form itself is, depending on the skin, sometimes it is a lizard, sometimes it's not a lizard, it doesn't work on that passive to prevent that stun. So it's definitely an instinct. Ooh, that additional turn, taking out that Gianna. So Gianna actually, it's really a strong unit, but if she don't take turns, she ain't doing much.
And we can also see the problem with the Fire Megumi is that he's taking a lot of turns, stealing a lot of things, but then at the end of the day, he's not killing anything. He's depending on his teammate to perform, and if the teammate get controlled by the enemy damage or CC, then he's not really doing a whole lot. Like, he's just buying time for his teammate. And as you can see, Ladrillo is left with two, I would say, low damage unit at this point against whatever David have. So not looking so good for Ladrillo in the late game.
Yeah, not too much. You definitely want to get that turn on that Diana the moment that there's an armor break from that Megami, but so far it hasn't been connecting at the right timing. And the Pater is back in the normal form, so in the normal form, the passive is activated once again. Actually, very good stun, so the stuns back and forth are definitely working, but even if you kill that Lord right now or the Pater, I don't really see the damage coming in on the Bayek yet.
And also the lack of healing from Ladrillo is definitely going to be a problem, because all this damage with one good prompt, the fire pack can really fix it immediately. Meanwhile, Ladrillo is just dying slowly to the chip damage of the Laura and the Patter.
Well, we did get another provoke on that Bayek, so Laura once again taking out a unit on this switch. Vader, you can almost nearly take that out as well. It's gonna die to the dot, that's very close, but it might actually die to that dot right there.
Oh my god,
not
he could
die to the dots.
He could have. He thought maybe he remembered that. Oh wait, Patter can stun, but not the other debuff. But unlike
You go on
the
the Bayek now? You go on the
oh my
Bayek.
god, he went for it. Oh my god.
That was so much the right play. I would have absolutely recommended that play as well, because any other way you couldn't have killed that bike. And you needed about half of the crits to make it work. And he got exactly half of the crits and he got that victory. That was a very close one right there.
Man, that was so much back and forth. But unfortunately for David, Dinah hard carry at the end. And the amount of damage that Dinah could do in one turn, which is way too much to handle.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see that Diana in the right draft at the right moment is still really strong unit, and it doesn't even have to go for, back in the days we always made the Diana joke, like, this unit is going infinite turns. Even without going infinite turns, it is still really strong. There's a lot of damage coming from it.
Yeah, even imagine with one or two proc from Diana, the game would have probably ended way faster with the amount of damage that the Drillo is pumping into David.
Could we say that Diana is the closest thing to a free-to-play Zeratul, maybe?
It kind of is, just like a fat and slow Zeratul.
Yeah, something like that. I think that's like, it has a shield. You kind of need to be in the right form to do the right damage, so you need procs at the right moment, where Zeratul is like, I can take a proc at any given time and I'm just insane. But let's see for the Gianna once again. So it's definitely Ladrilla going for that Gianna contest. You do know that your enemy does have a Gang and does have a Pader. Didn't work out last time, but it's still one of those things most of the time I don't like to draft a Gian into.
But here we go, like Gojo, Fire Bayak. Over there, we got the Oliver, Sakmet, and Gianna position. Very solid position coming out from Ladrillo, but I feel like all three units are being hard countered by a little bit of Juno action right now, and maybe a little of Aya as well. But then he doesn't need those free-to-play units. He got a Tian Lang as well.
Absolutely, like and a Pader, like a free to play. Shumpy, what are you talking about? Ayas, like we got LDs over here, but no, actually, what you're saying, I do like myself an Aya over here. The only thing that you have to be careful with Aya, she's pretty bad into pushbacks, and you do have that Oliver on the enemy side. The moment that you just permanently push back the Aya, she's not really doing all too much. But if the draft 4 and 5 are looking like something you might draft that Aya into, I would absolutely draft it on the side of David on that 5th.
Oh, 2 single target water unit, being able to do that because enemies going full LD and going double same element is gonna be a great choice here. You can pick some very good unit, and that's gonna be a healer for Ladrillo. He's lucky in the healer this time, seeing that David doesn't have crazy healing. He does have a little bit, but then these cooldown time reduced from Ladrillo plus a mouse gonna do so much damage on David's team.
Yeah, absolutely. Wind Monkey is an interesting pick right here. Also, the healing on the side of David, there's still some Bayek healing, there's some Pader healing, so the healing is definitely there. But it's always the question with the Monkey into not that much of AoE hits. Is it going to be getting his counter? Because the moment that you AoE hit into a Wind Monkey, definitely a counter is going to be happening. But just on single targets, you could be unlucky and it's just simply never happening.
Yeah, I feel like Monkey is good on paper, but in practice, then he doesn't do a whole lot. But maybe here is going to be quite a problem because there's always that what if it performs, and Ladrillo is going to believe that the Monkey is the right choice, and Sekma is going to be banned as well. So they are both fighting with down super high base speed, but then Mouse is a high base speed unit on his own, and he's going to start up the fight with a beautiful stun on somebody.
But where can we connect those stuns? Do you go for the Werner right there for the light Gojo? Or do you try to connect it on the Pader so the Pader wasted skills and then the Gianna can go for it later? No, actually the Gianna is still moving in front of the Pader, and that's actually what you don't want at this position. Because if you go for skill 3 right now, nothing happens.
So the Tian Lang nerfing the Pader actually saved the Pader because the Pader didn't gain enough attack power to cut to move in front of the Gianna. So now the turn looking really, really good and beautiful provoke and the perfect setup for damage for the Fire Bayak. So David with a Tian Lang Pater destroy the turn 1 potential of Ladrillo. And that's GG. Oh my god, that was so fast.
That's so fast, but that's also the point of no return. Like, if you are on the leaderboards displaying your regular matches, you're now like, okay, I needed at one moment, I had to make a quick work of that Pater. But the TL-Link Pater, actually, where you nerf your own unit to get less boosting, worked out better, which is a very interesting strategy.
So he kind of out-slow Ladrillo right there. So Ladrillo had the right idea. It just Tian Lang make that idea not as right anymore. So here we go. We got round 3 pre-ban. I smell a Tian Lang coming.
Yeah, definitely that Tian Lang. That's from the first match. It was like, okay, the Tian Lang, he was drafting in a style where he was just definitely forcing that the Tian Lang would be really good into him. But from that second match, it also shows like, yeah, no, it just worked out perfectly with the Tian Lang right there.
And here we go. We got the light Gojo being drafted first once again. And this unit's paired really well with Laura. So we're probably going to be seeing that. We got that turn 1 defense scaling cleave-ish style. And Ladrillo's going to try to cut in with the Fire Megumi.
Now back to that Fire Megumi. So let's see if he also goes for a full repeat on back to a Diana. Because in the end, Diana's really good in all of those AoEs. And the moment that the light Gojo is there, it's full AoE. Laura there, full AoE. So the Megumi picks up really good from those AoEs, but the Diana also does that. So both units are just gonna get a lot of turns that way.
Wow, amazing counterplay to Gianna coming out from David with a pattern like we can all learn from. Oh my god, dude. All right, very LD heavy from both players. We got a Juno to counter the Gojo and the Laura, but maybe not the Juno this time. Segment is always going to be on table because Segment is one of those units that there's no counter. The counter Segment is herself most of the time.
Yeah, she kind of wants to get Okeanos buff as well. She wants to get that double hit to connect both of them, and then we're looking at a consistent unit. But it's really the 15%. Well, the thing is, currently, if you at least strip, you might still land that pushback, and the pushback might mess up the turn order of your enemy. So that part might still be going in there. But the big question is that going to be enough? And are we going to see a counterpart to the Gojo with a light Gojo right there? Most of the time, you want to use that in attack bar pushback scenarios, whereas the enemy is not showing too much of attack bar pushback.
Well, I feel like Ladrillo's playing a little bit too much Special League recently. He's locking in a lot of RGB unit right there. The Abellio being very good against the double fire that David just threw out. So he's going to have a bit of healing and also damage in the late game. But I don't think that Abellio is going to stay. But looking at that Diana, that wrecked David team earlier, I'm not sure if Diana's going to stay as well.
Yeah, the Diana is definitely a dangerous one, but I would say that there's an option right now that Ladrillo bans out that Pater, and then the Gianna suddenly becomes really good again. So there's a lot of options. Also, both speed leads. Like, the speed leads are going to determine who's going to go first. So in this case, I do think that first turn will go to that Segment. And once again, Ladrillo doesn't have any sustain. But is that going to be enough if you reset that Pater?
All right, here we go. Round 3 between David and Ladrillo. First turn belongs to the Segment, but second turn belongs to the light Gojo, who is ultra fast to push back the enemy team attack bar. But can Segment perform? She did perform, and she took away the Fire Bayak biggest potential skill 3.
So in this case, are we going to go for the same rotation where we try to stun? No, in this case, we're actually not going to go for the stun on the Pater because, well, I think you would have a good chance of stunning it. No, actually doesn't go for it at all. So I'm also not sure about placing the bomb. Well, your bomb is on a pretty low cooldown, so you could go for it. If you go for the switcher now, you definitely take out the Gojo, but you might end up getting provoked and then dealt a lot of damage by the Juno. But taking out the unit is always one of those things. It is worth the risk because good 6.5k taking out the Juno. But now the big question, provoke, does it connect?
All right, connect last time. It will connect this time, but not on the Diana. The Diana's gonna say, oh, never mind. It's bear stun coming in hard, and Diana's about to die very, very quickly. So that is the cost of doing big damage. And nothing that Ladrillo can do to stop this immunity situation going on, and he's paying a heavy price, underestimating that 50% provoke.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, the 50% provoke, he survived that one, but they did not survive that Juno. Also, from this position onward, I don't think there's any unit that can actually kill the Juno. I would say that if the Gianna skill 1 wasn't in factor, Juno could definitely solo all of those units.
Yeah, but Juno's keeping the war balance once again because a normal scenario, the Gianna team looking really, really good at controlling, but unfortunately, Juno is going to be always on the field in competitive RTA, and that's going to keep all these crazy control units in check, and there's nothing that the driller can do at this point. Like he's taking a long time just killing the fire Bayak, and Juno is free to move, doing incredible damage every single turn.
Yeah, absolutely, and that just shows the quality of artifacts. This Juno is all good artifacts. 2.5k per hit is a lot and a lot of damage. And also, now on the side of Ladrillo, both units on their skill 1 already land a debuff. Juno likes those. Juno eats those all day.
Yeah, like Juno's looking at these two units like they are her teammates. She's just kind of smacking her teammate at this point.
Yeah, it's what we call in these kind of games, like it's currently a 1v7 kind of scenario because everyone is just simply helping the Juno.
Yeah, and the one is actually Ladrillo himself, and because no other unit on the field actually can kill Juno anymore. So David will take this game 2-1, but Ladrillo managed to get 1 point for the other team. So in this case, getting any win is better than getting 0 win at all, because at the end of the day, it will still contribute to your team total score to just get 1 win against the enemy.
Yeah, absolutely. So still 1 win. It's always important to get those wins. And that's also the interesting on this format, because if you get 2-0'd right away, you lose that opportunity to at least walk away with 1 point. And I think therefore the Ancient One also gets a very interesting play of like, oh, can we at least, like, sure, I can't really win this, but can we at least get that 1 point to just climb the leaderboards that way? Because we have seen that before in the European League as well. People that just go for all the way draws could actually still make it towards the playoffs. And I think in this case as well, if at least your whole team is always getting that 1 point extra, you're still climbing a lot of points that way.
Yeah, I think that is definitely going to be a legit strategy, just to trying to get 1 win, or just do your best pretty much, and don't let the first loss affect you and lose the next one very, very quickly. So I feel like here Ladrillo could have got the game just if the pattern moved, and maybe the Ladrillo could have won 2-0. But that Tien Lang stopping the pattern from moving was absolutely beautiful from David. But now we're moving to match number 3 between Badowny and Mendieta. So Mendieta is actually the team captain of the blue team that you're seeing on the screen right now. So it's going to be the team captain trying to bring back the balance for the team to get a win, to keep the momentum going. But Badowny is a very, very strong player. I think he was in SWC America last year, so definitely one of the strongest player on the side of TrueWare as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And a fun fact, he's currently sitting on 35 wins in inter-server defense Team 1. That is one of the highest win rate I have seen on an inter-server defense before in Team 1. So the man definitely has the runes, but he also has the units to make that work.
Let me guess. Is it some sort of a Doc Gojo Laura situation?
Well, Laura is correct, but he's actually pairing that with Valeska. So it's a Laura, Valeska, Nefty, Samath, if I remember correctly. I had it earlier today.
You touch me, you die kind of situation.
Yeah, it's like one of those things. You have the Nefties going in, you have the Samath going in, the Laura moving first, and that Valeska, which is also one of those units. Valeska got a buff recently. It's now doing skill 1 damage by HP, which on an armor break, I've seen people hit like 7 to 10Ks, which is a lot more than it was before.
Yeah, because you can, one of the units you can afford to go triple HP build with low speed, because you have the Samath being her free attack bar gain unit right there. So very, very scary unit. Big damage. Could easily wipe an entire offense team if she get lucky.
Yep, absolutely. And Mendieta, I'm not too sure about his playstyle, but he is team captain for a reason. And I think that, is it a Ragdoll play? I'm not 100% sure anymore.
Hey, it could be anything at this point. So Mendieta against Badowny. Let's see who is gonna take the W here. Let's take a look at the pre-ban. So, dude, I want to see Valeska showed up in Badowny's team. Even though it's not like a super competitive RTA unit, it is a fun unit at the end of the day.
Well, we already see Valeska. Badowny has it as background picture actually, which is an interesting fact too.
Yeah, he got that Valeska love right there. Here we go. First pick will goes to Badowny. Let's see what is going to be the flavor for his draft. It's going to be Oliver. It's going to be the good old flavor. It's going to be vanilla.
Yeah, let's see if that's also counted. Actually, we haven't seen too much contest on the Water Twin Angels. That's something we see a lot in the Special League right now. I think Water Twin Angels became the most picked unit in the current Special League. And it's always that first pick. Well, there we have it. Maybe we add in a segment just to get the statistics up from all of those most picked units. Now we actually go for fire unit, but it is a Velajul.
Oh, you're right. We haven't seen any Twin Angel at all from any of these players. But here we go. Our first Twin Angel of the day together with Velajul. Usually you will see Fire Twin Angel as well if this is the European League. But we got the classic, Fire Twin Angel over there for Badowni.
That's actually an interesting thing, and I also mentioned it at the European League. Fire Twin Angel actually has a really bad win rate into the Water Twin Angels. They pair very strong together, but without it, it most of the time doesn't work that well because you have more off turns on your skill 2 and skill 3, whereas with the Water Twin Angels, you can lower that by one more and therefore you have it like pretty much right away. So the combination of them two really elevates them, whereas the Fire Twin Angels by itself most of the time don't do that well. But then again, there's still good pairing right there. And we actually see a Lars, which is a very interesting unit. But by Mendy's reaction, I think he locked in the wrong unit. And that's the great thing where we do actually see the cam of people. Because I'm pretty sure he locked in the wrong unit because he's like, no, man, no, I didn't just do that.
Yeah, and we got the Ragdoll to punish that AoE coming out from Mendy, and we have the Juno to get rid of all the juicy buff from the Velajul. Very good last two pick from Badowni. Completely shut down Mendy's team on paper.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not sure how you can recover from this. I think by the units that Mendy has on the field, you have to ban that Ragdoll. But I also think that Badowni, whatever he sees in the 5th, it's most likely a ban anyway. So Federica right now, that's most likely going to get banned. However, Federica is really bad into Fire Twin Angels because Fire Twin Angels skill 3 go through the passive of the Federica.
Yeah, so we're seeing a classic case of outdrafting here coming out from Badowni. Just completely counter everything on Mendiesta team and still open up that beautiful last pick ban here that he's gonna do. He's gonna ban the Federica, and then Ragdoll's gonna be banned because Ragdoll is absolutely soul crushing to play against when you have Ethna, when you have Lars, who might have high crit build as well.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting take right there, and it's just it's going to be interesting to see if we can get the follow-up from that Laura towards a Oliver, because Oliver sometimes is not fast enough to outspeed. But first, we have to turn on that Ethna.
All right, we have 2 fire units, so AoE is not going to be very good, and I'm pretty sure Badowni unit might have minus win as well. Very good damage, but barely scratched the Laura total health. And here we go to strip, but the follow-up was not fast enough coming out from Badowni. So that Swift Water Twin Angel is going to be able to get a turn to buff immunity for the team with the Velajul.
Well, the interesting thing is, also the Juno was taking a turn, and Badowni actually has really good runes, because if your Juno moves in front of your Oliver, it just shows that you have really good rune quality, and it shows out very well right now, because the Oliver is also having the chance to reset that Velajul in this position.
Beautifully done and well set by Station as well. I can also do that, but it goes to show my Oliver is just slow in general, so that's a different way to show things. So we got Velajul.
If it works, it works, right?
Yeah, it kind of works, just I'm kind of slow, just saying. So Mendieta team managed to get a turn between, but couldn't manage to do much with that turn, and 1 unit down. Lars finally showing up to do some work right there. What we would like to call the LD5 Lapis.
Yeah, it's kind of doing there. It has a lot of AoEs, but it's just not really participating against immunity, and it does have a chance for a good amount of damage on additional damage artifacts, but is it really going to be doing enough? And the answer to that is simply no.
I feel like it's going to be a great unit when enemy doesn't have immunity or buff in general, so you can actually punish them with your defense rate and that kind of thing. But this is a very not good position for Lars, because he's heavily relying on his additional damage artifacts, and the Laura, even though has been taking hit the entire game, is not going to go down anytime soon.
Yeah, that's also definitely a thing. Plus, the Juno in the end is going to be really strong against that as well, because if there are any defense breaks, as we mentioned before, Juno likes those debuffs. It's just going to be more speed for her, more healing for her, and she works very well with those. But then again, I would say that the Lars in the end were kind of memeing on him, but the only reason that the enemy HP is down to half is all that large. So he's doing something.
Yeah, he's kind of gaining momentum in the G3 RTA angle, I think, because he's somewhat of an anti-attack bar pushback as well, because the moment you touch him, he gains free attack bar. So these kind of self-boosting attack bar unit is getting more popular. Like, I think the elemental unit is probably going to be Water Gojo, who's also anti-attack bar pushback, and that is one way for you to gain turn and actually do something against the monstrosity that is Oliver in RTA meta.
Yeah, absolutely. And I would almost say, like, I would like to see if the Lars didn't get stunned by the Juno a few times. Would have the Lars had enough chance to actually go for enough AoEs where he could have taken over the match? I still don't think so, but it would have been pretty close.
And but Downey sitting very comfortably in the last position here, and he's gonna take the first win for the team. I think Mendieta team is actually kind of scary, just not into a Ragdoll player.
Yeah, that's the main thing. Like, the Ragdoll becomes so much of a must ban. Like, if you have Ragdoll pre-banned, maybe you can get away with that. Also, if the enemy doesn't have any form of immunity, I think it is a lot stronger. And it's just one of those units that it needs a lot of setup to work. And therefore, it's most of the time not really worth it. It's also a scary thing to try to AoE kill the whole team. Because if you single target kill, at least you have one unit off the field. It cannot do any skills. It cannot do any additional turns. Whereas if you're killing everything at the same time, they still all have a chance to additional turn. They still have a chance to all despair stun. They still have a chance to just simply kill your units.
And nowadays, they have a chance to Aya your draft, which can be quite scary for Lars.
Yeah, that's definitely a good take there as well. Lars will definitely get punished by Aya. And so far, we actually seen it with the European League as well. Aya is one of those units people are not too comfortable and familiar with of drafting itself, but I think there have been a few positions where you could simply say, like, hey, Aya might actually be pretty strong into those AoEs with an Athena or those AoEs with a Lars. There's a lot of options for her.
Honestly, whenever I can think I can pick Juno, I think they're gonna bring some AoE debuff. That is Juno Aya angle, because I think Juno also pair really well with Aya with the strip into the provoke. That can work out really well. And another thing that I want to say on the stream where COM2US is watching, Aya skill 2, right? It says that it will attack the target and then attack other target to provoke them. But the order of the attack is actually random. You don't attack the thing you click on first, which is kind of annoying for Aya, because you expect to hit the unit first and then maybe prolong the provoke, but the order is totally random for Aya skill 2. It's kind of weird.
Actually, it's not. It is not. And that is a thing that you would have to check. And I checked it myself because I thought at first, like, hey, that doesn't make sense. But rather than the first hit being on the target, your final hit is on the target you clicked on, which is a little bit weird. But apparently
I have seen the first hit on the target that I click on before. It's actually random. It's kind of weird.
No, the first hit is random, but the final hit is the target always that you clicked on, which is really a weird interaction. So you could get multiple hits on the target you clicked on, but the final hit you do is always the target you clicked on.
Yeah, it's strange because the wording is very similar to like Faye or Katarina skill, where you get the first hit on the unit that you click on. But here it's just like, even for like, I think the light Kung Fu girl, you also get the first hit on the things you click on. So for Aya, it's kind of a weird situation. But then there'll be a buff to Aya that will break the community. So maybe that's not gonna work.
Yeah, absolutely. So would you draft an Aya into this? I don't think so. Well, just the Gianna, but it's a little bit too few on that.
Yeah, definitely not though. That's a lot of single target thing over there. So that's kind of hard for Aya to work.
Well, then again, but only slot 5. I'm kind of seeing an Aya potential right there, because Hagang is AoE, Chandra's AoE. It's wrong element, but it can still land, and it kind of denies for doing that. Plus a Gyu. If you ban that Bayek right now, I would Aya on that 5th right now, if we're talking about Aya.
That'd be the biggest balls move right there. With 2 water unit and you're picking Aya is kind of crazy, because they will not land debuff, man. So Rakuni is gonna be a choice for the low damage Mendieta team right there. Also no healing for Mendieta, so I think Rakuni is actually a nightmare for Mendieta to deal with.
Yeah, Rakuni is definitely a really good one, because there's not too much damage, as you mentioned. So I think you probably have to ban that Rakuni. But on the other side, is it the question where you ban that Hagang, or would you rather ban that Bayek? Because the Bayek is very dangerous, and I think you have to take it out.
All right, Raccoon is getting banned. Fire Bayek's getting banned. Now, Mendieta will have a lot of strip, but he doesn't have a lot of crazy damage except for Chandra proccing Violent. That could very much happen. And getting a defense break setup from Gio for the Fire Twin to do the skill 3. That could very well happen, but that's not going to be very easy to achieve.
Well, then again, we also have Gyu nowadays on crit rate, and Gyu, the Karma skill, well, actually the skill, the debuff itself is called the Suppression. It's placed by Karma, the skill name itself. But the moment that you have the Suppression on an enemy, you start dealing damage from enemy max HP, and that could be a good amount of damage. But the big issue is, this Gyu is not on will, and therefore, the Valor Jewel isn't helping that much, and the bomb is landed. You go for skill 2 right now, you will detonate your own bomb.
But I think the bomb will detonate regardless because the Hulk from Chandra doesn't really save you from bomb damage, and there's no cleansing from Mendieta team. He will have to go for the strip and the increased cooldown time now, and the chance for both to land on Velajo might not be exactly amazing. And I heard that the increased cooldown time is also not very consistent. You might get like 1 turn. Oh, he got 2 turn on the Velajo, so that will block the Violent proc from coming.
Yep, it is a 3 hit, but it's a 60% per hit. So landing 2 is definitely something that is something you would like to see. At least 1 is what you're aiming for, but definitely 2 to also prevent that violent turn from happening, which exactly happened right there. But then again, we still look at that bomb on that Gyu, and the Gyu with the bomb, that's not that much damage. Most of the time, Gianna's not super high on attack as well. But let's see if that Gyu can just do enough while she's still alive.
Oh, she's doing enough. All right, she got that stun. She got a defense break set up. Now it's the perfect window for Mendieta to do some damage on Badowni's team. But remember, the Velajo immunity is coming right up. Can he save the Gianna from dying?
Yeah, that's going to be the question. That's a lot of damage from those Twin Angels. But now it's a little bit of a downtime for the damage. Also, we have a protection on that Gyu right now. Gianna, if you have another bomb, if you're not pushed back right now, Gianna can go for a bomb once again. Ooh, does actually not have the bomb just yet.
And he has a skill 3 available, but because of Hagen on the field, that will not mean much. He went for it anyway and achieved absolutely nothing but dying. So I'm not sure about that play right there. But Downey, you want to be on a hotline or something? That Gianna?
Yeah, I'm not too sure about the play as well, but the Gyu went for the big play. Despair stunning wrong element, taking out that Valor for the Sanctuary turn. And taking out that Sanctuary turn is always super crucial. So suddenly it looks actually in the favor of Mendieta because he can still go for resets. He can go for immunity right now. The Chandra's looking healthy. There's an armor break on your enemy unit that does most of the amount of damage, which is that Miles right there. There's slows on it. I think that Mendieta actually might have this one.
Oh, he's having this one for sure this time around. Velajo being more controlled than last time, and the defense break on that mouse looking very juicy for both Gio and Chandra to take a turn to absolutely slap some damage into that mouse.
Absolutely. Plus, once again, we have that defense rotation. Sure, the Gyu rotates pretty fast in her skills as well, because she just gets extra turns from that skill too. But it is still that nice protection right now. Otherwise, the Miles would have traded in the damage right there. And now the Miles cannot really damage anything because everything's just looking so lively. The Miles with the slow does not do that much damage.
And there's nothing much that Badowni can do. He's trying to control the Chandra, but every time Oliver take a turn, that's just free bar for Gio, doing even more control than the previous turn, doing so much damage on Badowni's team. And this Velajo has not been able to do much to support the team as well. And the slow, the glancing, the stun is working so well on Badowni's team. And Badowni is losing another unit without being able to do anything in return.
Yeah, absolutely. And it all just came down to that you surviving and then providing the stun at the right moment. But we're looking at the 1-1 scenarios. But Downey can definitely bring it back in this one right now.
All right. Round 5, right? It's going to be a pre-ban this time around. Mendieta showing everybody that, hey, some RGB unit action is actually really good into this Gianna angle from Badowni here.
Yeah, absolutely. And Gianna's also like pretty much as old as the game. Everyone kind of knows how Gianna works and has been playing a lot of matches against Gianna. So people are familiar with that unit and people are familiar with the playstyle. And it's also really good to have Gianna banned the moment that your enemy bans Heigang. Because if your enemy bans Heigang, that's the freest Gianna pick they can ever have. At that moment, you have your Gianna or the Gianna of your enemy banned. It's just very crucial for the ban itself.
All right, guys, we got Oliver first with Badowny. Now we need to pay attention to the Laura and the Ragdoll that's about to come out from Badowny's draft. So maybe Mendieta needs to go a little bit more reserved with the aggressive Ethna. So it's going to go for the double Twin Angel. We also saw that the Fire Twin Angel of Mendieta is more on the tankier side, lower damage, but can survive for longer. And that might lead to a better endgame for Mendieta with the attack going up.
Yeah, absolutely. And I actually do like those Twin Angels to be very tanky because in the end, most of their damage comes from additional damage artifacts. So even on an armor break, it doesn't really change too much because an armor break still actually scales from the amount of attack you have and crit rate, crit damage. Whereas the additional damage artifacts, they don't really care about an armor break. But it does also mean against high defense targets such as a Velodule, you can do an insane amount of damage. But we actually see a comeback of a Jongnam. We haven't seen too much Jongnam as of just yet, but it's definitely still a strong unit right there.
And then we got a Jongnam counter Gio showing up, and we have Irene being potential pick, but it's going to be the Wind Monkey King to counter Jongnam, Laura, Oliver in the same unit. But it's a little bit of an RNG thing for the Wind Monkey to work. But when it starts working, you know Badowny is going to be controlled harder than Mendieta by all that stun from the Monkey and the Gio.
Yeah, it's absolutely a lot of stun potential right now because there's already 2 AoEs on the side of Badowny. Is he going to add more? No, he actually goes for a segment. It looks like a strong comp altogether, but it also has a few options. Like if the Gio goes hard, it's difficult to play against. If the Xingzi goes hard, it's difficult to play against. Sure, the Fire Monkey looks very strong, but I'm not too sure about that segment right there.
Yeah, that segment is a free Juno, free Aya, free so many things, man. That is not looking like a good segment position. Because segment is a unit that you either pick super early, right? Or you pick late to counter enemy top Swift. But there's no Swift going on with Mendieta. That's the freest Juno pick I've ever seen. And that's going to be a Fire Monkey ban. And Badowny's going to have a lot of problem if he doesn't ban that Juno.
Yeah, absolutely. And then all eyes are on that Gio and that Xingzi. If they pop off, which we have seen, like if the RNG swings that way, sometimes the game is saying like, nope, this unit dispersed and that unit dispersed and that unit dispersed. Actually, that's an interesting ban as well on those
my God.
Twin Angels.
I don't know what Badowny's thinking, but that Juno, that Gio, oh boy, it's gonna start doing some damage, man.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about that ban as well. Sure, you can at least land the segment skill 3 on the Fire Twin Angels and deny all of the turns and all of the potential from that unit. But then the 3 passive units on the side, they're going to be so annoying.
All right. Oh my God, Say. I know which way is swinging right now, and Badowny is not enjoying that at all.
The moment you miss your own skill, you're like, that's bad. But then you also get counted and you get stunned by wrong element. That's the point where you're like, yeah, I'm not sure about this one, guys.
Oh my God, Mendieta is being the man in the match right now. So Laura's being controlled, and the Jongnam's getting the Violent Prompt to solve the balance patch nerf. He getting that turn without being revenged by the Monkey. And oh wow, suddenly the Monkey kind of turn off like the entire passive. Like, what's the Monkey's done?
Yeah, at some point, like, the Monkey's doing everything, and then, like, 1 moment later, you're like, Monkey was doing something, right? Wasn't he on the field to be stunning the other units? Now he's only stunning the wrong element. What's happening? Then again, you still have that suppression on you right now, so can we see Laura doing Laura things? That is a good start of Laura doing Laura things. But then again, Juno also still has the skill, so do you actually want to wake up the Monkey? Because Monkey might go stun right there.
Oh my God. Oh my God, dude. Badowny with the control team, but actually the one being controlled. And without the Will Rune and no immunity unit, this Gio is like, haha, it's all food to me, baby. All the free control that Gio can do is unstoppable for Badowny. And oh boy, that increased cooldown time is wearing off very, very quickly on the Fire Twin Angel as well.
Absolutely, and this is also the position for the segment where it becomes really awkward. Do you want to go for skill 3? Maybe so. Do you want to go for skill 2? You really have to land those heal blocks. I actually only managed to land 1 heal block. This segment right there was not an FTs.
We are currently witnessing the fall of the super meta team from last season. The Jongnam not doing enough, the segment not working as intended, and the counterplay are working way above their pay grade right now with so much control coming out from the Monkey and the Gio. And Juno just like, yep, I'm gonna solo the rest of them now. Haha, it's free win for me.
Absolutely, and we even have the turn on the Twin Angels getting back the skill, so you could even go for immunity right now, or cooldown increases. Decides to go for a little bit damage, takes once again an additional turn, and also where the armor break doesn't matter that much, glancing also doesn't matter that much if you have the additional damage artifacts. Still doing 2k per hit, not a lot of damage, we have seen that it's pretty tanky, but it's still there on the field and it's just being annoying, and Badowni is not enjoying this match right now.
Yeah, Badowni is down bad right now. Not doing anything at all to the enemy team. Very well drafted by Mendieta. I'm not sure if that was Mendieta's own draft or that was heavily advised by the team, but either way, very great drafting coming out from Mendieta. Absolutely controlling the enemy, and Badowni slamming down the segment in the 4th pick. Pretty much sealed the deal for me. And then the ban on the Water Twin Angel, even though he was obviously outspeeding, was another, like, it's just, I think, bad choices piling up on one another, combined with the good choices from Mendieta as well, that end up where we are. Is crazy.
Absolutely, but then also the monkey just making the good choices, like, oh, let me get a resist on the Twin Angels, let me stun the wrong element, let me work all of those stuns around as well. Everything is working in the favor of Mendieta at this point, and just overall, sometimes it works out, and Mendieta actually took the victory with that altogether.
All right, man. Another win for the blue corner. Mendieta is going to take game 3. And now moving on to the game 4. And now True Whale, the team captain of the red corner, has to bring it back for the team because his team is not doing so well.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's also, the pressure is all there right there. And it's also at some point you feel like, oh, I still want to discuss that last match. What could I have done? What could have been changed? But the thing is, you should right away be focusing on the next match. Whatever happened, happened. Let's focus on the next. How can we reclaim those points? And then the big question is, can you keep your calm? Can you keep your cool? And maybe give one timeout to the player that just lost, like, get off the comms, just relax for a bit, and we'll see you in a second, because sometimes we all know how the game works. It can be a little bit frustrated if things don't work.
Bro, that highlight of the Gianna just dying to her own attack. The America Summit team is diabolical, bro. That's not cool, man. Like, why do you have to show all of the things you show that? That is mean, bro. Why do you do that? Oh my god, don't do that. We forgot about that, and then they just did that. Like, remind me of that. Oh, Gianna did nothing and then die.
It reminds me of the good old days. It's like way back. We're talking 2019 European Cup, and someone went for Viva Gel skill 3 on the Ragdoll, and the Ragdoll ended up 1 HP, didn't take a turn, and died. It's like, that was also a highlight. I'm like, guys, that's not a highlight. Guys, that's just insane misplay.
That's kind of mean, bro. Don't do that, okay?
It's one of those, man. It's one of those.
Like, we can do that to Amo, but not Badowni, okay? Poor Badowni, to be honest.
Well, Amo got his victory. He's sitting on like a comfortable 2-0 position. We can't even meme on the man right now.
Yeah, man got the moral high ground now. It's unbelievable. Like, he start losing, man. Next week, start losing. Okay?
Well, yeah, let's see how that works out. But first we got Truo. I'm very curious to see what kind of playstyle Truo goes for, because we do know Truo has a lot of LD units, but sometimes still likes to go for some of those, as you call it, RGB units, just fitting in the meta and then adding in those LDs where they seem fit.
And then I think Zex is one of the what do I say? The one of the tech builder for the tournament. Like, he's been whipping out some crazy counterplay, like not very usual unit at all, and I love to see that. We got the Water Twin ban with a Yahong ban. Let's see what Zek's gonna do in the first pick here.
Wasn't Zex the player saying, like, I'm a turn 2 Warlord, and all he did was just first pick Angela, and then everything else was still turn 1? Was he that guy, or am I confusing it with someone else?
I think he fought a turn 2 Warlord. He whipped out Irene, the Win, Macaroon, and then Jara, and just absolutely demolished the guy. It's kind of fun to see.
Okay, interesting. So let's see. We have Oliver on the side of Zex. Truo, what is your first pick? Is it going? Ooh, actually going for an early Megami. It's definitely one of those units that added into the draft where it became very first pickable as well. If it's just the right draft and the right setup, the Fire Megami into an Oliver right away seems fitting. But then again, more comfortable units with a Chandra and a Segment.
I feel like Fire Megumi is more of like a middle pick in my opinion. Like I think the pressure is not enough to be like first pick, and you kind of forced to have like a unit that doesn't do a lot of damage. So I think he's opting for the classic first pick here. But over there, Zach's going back like 3 years into the time machine with the Mouse Raccoon Oliver first three, and the classic counter to that is the Tian Lang to block all those attack bar from increasing.
Absolutely, and I'm also not too sure about a Miles into a Chandra, because the biggest counter to a Miles is that slow. You already have slow on the field by the Chandra, and it hits AoE, so it's definitely something that will be happening. Sure, you have that Draconi to maybe cleanse that off, but is that going to be enough? We also have the Zeratul being locked in. Once again, super strong unit, always has that immunity up, unless it gets stripped, but it doesn't have that one off turn. Sonia, how much can you do pairing that up with another speed lead? Is that Sierra?
Wow, Zach's being super aggressive right now with another speed lead, high damage, low health, and a Sonia to try to one-shot a Zeratul. So what's True gonna do? What's gonna be the ban here? Is he gonna lock in a Leo and ban out a Sonia? But he's gonna lock in a Dark Indra. So if you hit Dark Indra with Sonia, Sonia might die, and then Dark Indra might just like stay alive with the reflect damage. So that's going to be very interesting to see what's going to be the ban here. But I feel like the ban's going to be on Sonia, because Sonia gets to choose who to kill, and she can kill all of the enemy on Truewell's team.
Well, I absolutely love the draft of Truel over here, because there is only one option. Like, if you ban that Sonia, then only the Miles plus Oliver or Sierra can deny one unit. But you still have like 3 other units on the field from that position on. The Zeratul could do a lot of work. The Tian Lang could do a lot of work. So there's still a lot of options for Truel to win that 3 against 4. But probably we're going to be looking at the 3 against 4 really quick.
Here we go, guys. First one belongs to the segment instead, with the lower base speed but very high speed. Take away the strip stun of the mouse, so no deny right there. Segment cannot deny that, but Oliver's gonna deny segment skill 2. But maybe that's gonna be okay, because right now Zex doesn't have a lot of damage in the turn 1, and Chandra's coming in. I mean, not Chandra, Tian Lang's coming in hard with the big damage, and defense breaks that up for the Zeratul as well.
It's also interesting to see Truel has insane speed runes. To be outspeeding a Oliver that's on the 33 lead is definitely difficult to do. Additional turn on that, or not the Oliver, the Miles outspeeding, but additional turn on that Miles, giving Sierra the chance for that bomb, and that is definitely what you would like to see. Bomb on the Zeratul, still survives it. Once again, Truel's rune quality, really insane, but we are going to say goodbye to that Zeratul.
Nope, not yet. Self-healing. Oh, wait. It was not there to save Zeratul. Oh, my God. GG. I think the Tian Lang proc kind of sold a Truewell team right there, because that proc also boosts the mouse potential proc chance, right? So the mouse like, oh, increase cooldown time. I don't care about that. And boom, it is gone immediately. I think that's where you want to use segment skill on a unit with actual long cooldown, instead of using it on a unit that has a 2-turn cooldown skill. So I think if he reset Ciara, could have been a better play. Could have been. I don't know.
Yeah, it's hard to say. Like, in hindsight, it's always like, you should have done this because the current state did not work.
Right?
It's really easy for us, like in the chat or as commentators, say like, that was bad because it didn't work out. But then again, I would say if you crunch down the numbers, definitely Sierra play, like Sierra resetting play, could have been a good one as well. But then the Oliver could have started to do some work. Miles could have got the more turns in. It could have been difficult from there as well. So I definitely did see the idea that Truel had in there, but in the end, didn't work out this time.
Pretty much. And Violent Proc destroying people's life and soul once again. Classic Summoners of a Moment has been happening for 11 years and will happen in the future.
Yeah, that's definitely something that's gonna be there, and we hate it, we love it, and we keep playing because of it, I guess.
But we also saw that Sierra was on Despair. Despair stunned the Tian Lang after detonating the bomb. So now resetting Sierra feel even more rewarding, because she's not going to proc out of it.
Yeah, definitely. So that is always a good thing to know. Like, if you did your homework on the enemy, you know exactly what they're playing, you know exactly the style that they're playing it at. It really helps out a lot. And Despair Sierras is definitely something you don't see too much, unless they have certain units like the Light Twin Angels. That's mostly the pair where people go Sierra on Despair.
Ooh, the El Clasico Oliver Jongnam segment might be coming out from Truewell, and it is what it is, because he has all the LD in the world to pair for the last 2. So Zach's gonna go for the counter that worked out last time with the Gio onto Truewell's team, but this time, instead of the Wind Monkey, he's gonna opt to go for the Misty, which I would say is the Fire Monkey that could beat Jongnam. But nope, he's gonna go for the Fire Pudding instead to deal with the attack bar pushback from both Jongnam and Oliver.
I definitely like the putting over here, the Lucia a little bit more. The only issue you could have is Sekhmet landing that skill 2 with the heal block. But then again, it isn't a full activation. So the moment you avoid that Sekhmet skill 2, we have a very strong unit on that Lucia. But then to counter it, we actually have very strong units as well with that Gianna and that Bayek.
Oh no, that is another free sort of Juno-ish last pick coming out from Zex right there. I think Truel is drafting very similarly to Badowni game that he lost earlier. So I'm not sure this one, guys. I'm not sure this one. It could be a Fire Bayek ban, and then Truel will be left with not a lot of healing and a lot of debuff. And that is just like Juno Battleground right there.
Absolutely. Or Josephine is also one of those interesting units that can very hard counter the Gianna right there, and also counter the multiple stuns that's throughout the board in general. But then again, a Josephine mostly does signal that you're going to be banning off that Oliver.
Maybe, but then you got Lucia, so maybe you don't have to ban the Oliver. You use the Josephine as a magnet for the Oliver, but Josephine's gonna be banned, and the Sagma's gonna be banned. Zex and Truel both are going in with potentially full Vile team here. Let's see what happened. Oh
yeah, let's see.
A lot of despair from Zex as well with the Geo.
Ooh, we actually have the Gianna on Swift, which is a build that not everyone runs, but it's definitely working in this case because you can outspeed the whole enemy team. And therefore you have the upper hand at the start. But the big question is, can you take out a unit? Well, if you land the branding right now, and then we go in for the Bayek, we're looking at an early armor break. But even if the armor break goes halfway, I think you take it out. Armor break landed on the first or second hit, instantly taking out that Zeratul.
Jeez, that was 8k per hit from the Fire Bayek. That was some heavy hitting moment right there. But, wow, Truel, he missed the bomb. He missed 2 stun from the Jongnam. And he still managed to pull it through. Like, I think halfway people would throw their phone. But the going first is still so much better. And Gianna proved that because he got control on the entire enemy team. He was able to do exactly what he wanted. And now he's in the driving seat for this match.
Yeah, absolutely, and especially because the Lucia doesn't cleanse. Normally where a lot of the units such as a Rakuni or the Angela, they do cleanse. But in here, you have a chance for a heal block, and these players just simply know, it's like, yeah, I can be fighting this, but I lost 1 unit, I ain't gonna come back from here, and they're saving us all a little bit of time and straight going into the action in the next match.
All right, round 3 between Truel and Zex. Can Truel bring it back for the team? He might have stumbled a little bit in the first game, but he's locked in right now, okay?
Yeah, let's see. The drafting goes both ways where it could kind of work, but then again, that Gianna being fast enough, it is really crucial to have a Gianna fast enough if you're drafting it like that. But that's also the thing. You know if your Gianna is Swift. The enemy can always guess because a lot of the Gianna owners do tend to switch around their Gianna from Violent to Swift and back and forth.
Here we go. Zex going first pick right there. It could be Swift. It could be Violent. It was pretty fast, though. That's what I'm pretty sure of. So Zex going to go with a Chandra opener. Locking in a turn 2 position, giving the Oliver to the enemy team. Once again, with the segment, with the Gianna. I'm not sure. Maybe Zex going to go for the Mendieta route with the Shiho. I mean, not Shiho, the Xingzhe and the Gio very soon.
Yeah, definitely could be a Gio option once again. Gio is really strong into that Oliver. It's really strong into that Jongnam. And it's also funny to see where Truel actually did switch around the order of the units he picked them in. It could be that he's so tight on the tuning of the units that the order determines if the Jongnam actually moves in front of the Oliver or doesn't.
Could be the case. Could be the case. So Zach's gonna go for the Viva, who could actually be on Vile, Violent proc out of control, swap a unit attack bar and HP and snipe it immediately. That could be the play as well for Zach.
Absolutely. Gianna into a segment is a little bit of a dangerous thing. Then again, Sonya into Gianna. Most of the Giannas nowadays are built to counter a Sonya, or at least survive a Sonya, and then take their turn from there. So let's see how that works out, because I think in this draft, you would probably have to ban out that segment. But what is a good fifth for Truel right now that would outspeed anything on the enemy side? If he has a Chiwu still ruined, it might be the position right here.
Yep. Or we might be lucky in some sort of anti-snipe unit as well for these 2 sniper coming out from Zax. No, it is going to be the unit that could solo the entire snipe team, but he's thinking about it. He's not sure about the Dark Indra. He's not locked in the Dark Indra. That thing is scary. Very strong, because you might not kill it, but it will kill you first with the reflect damage.
But then again, that Kiara also makes a little bit more sense right now. If you ban off that Gianna, sure, the Zeratul can still strip, but that Endure buff might have a little bit of play in this match as well.
All right, let's see what's going to be the play here. Is it going to be the Da Indra or is it going to be the Gianna? Is it going to be ban out? I think True Whale might have to ban out the segment here if he want the Gianna to actually get a turn between. But it's going to be a Sonia ban. It's going to be a Zeratul ban. True Whale, if going first, might get a full control on Zach's team. Might. But segment had the upper hand with the base speed for sure.
Yeah, it's definitely the big question of how fast is that segment, or is this Gianna insanely fast? Now, the Gianna is not fast enough. Big question, segment, do you land? Segment does connect. Vivachel takes a little bit of an awkward turn, but it's not the worst right now. But a unit that's looking pretty dire in this situation is that Devaraja, because Devaraja wants to be hitting at a right moment when there's no immunity on the enemy side. But that moment isn't really gonna get there that much. Sure, you can go one single target strip, but where are you gonna connect?
Oh my god, that is not looking good. He did not steal. He did not let Oliver take a turn. He let this thing take a turn to either buff a one shot. It is going to be the one shot, and it is going to be an Oliver, and Mesh take the Oliver out because nobody in today's climate will ever have minus dark in their artifact. And yep, that Oliver took a full hit from the Dark Cassandra, and it is looking really bad for True Whale.
Yeah, it's definitely looking bad. And then if that Devaraja was any unit that would have participated a little bit more than just provokes at this moment, I think it would have been a lot better because you can simply just sit on your Vivachel skill 3, not use it at all, actually decides to still use it to trade in even more HP for that unit, and then try to get a kill with that Kiari, because the Kiari right now is very well protected. Ooh, armor break shaken off.
Oh, that is not good. He was hoping to get a big hit with the Chandra and the Kiara, but that is not the case anymore. But still, I think True is not looking so hot right now with Zex being able to control him with slow, with increased cooldown time. And oh my god, a Chandra stunning with skill 1 is really good for a Vile Chandra.
Absolutely, and this Gianna is not on violence, so it cannot get the additional turn into the bomb right now. And we're looking at a very soon 2 against 4. 2 against 4 is one of those odds you mostly don't like to take.
But hey, Jongnam could do it. Old Jongnam could probably still win the game. But this is not old Jongnam anymore. This is new Jongnam, the bad Jongnam. But you never know. With one good proc, the old Jongnam might be back.
Well, the issue is you still are 2 turns away from your skill 3. If he gets his skill 3 off, I think that the Gianna might follow up and do enough work. But the issue is, just didn't get there. And I think the Kiara's pretty close to getting skill 2. It does already have the skill 2. Will definitely be taking out a unit right here.
Oh no, that is GG. Zax will take this win over True Whale. Blue team is winning in every front almost. And that's looking really good for them. And True Whale team, even though being called one of the strongest team in the America Summit, has not been doing that well overall week by week. Unfortunately, he's going to take another big hit today because the blue team is just so strong.
Yeah, they're definitely doing a lot of work, but also a lot of these drafts are just simply working out, because even if the strip did happen on that Kiara, the Kiara still being on Nemesis took that turn. And that's also, once again, just the interesting builds of certain units. They could be Swift, they could be double Nemesis. There's a lot of options for traps right there. And running up those trap units and actually using them at the right moment can always give you that victory.
And that's what Zax did. Got a very, very good Dark Cassandra game right there. Absolutely demolishing the enemy team, because I think Dark Cassandra is one of the units that people are not sure what to do. Like, she buffed, but do I build her on Swift? Do I build her on Vio? Do I build her on Nem? It is always a hard choice, and different build means different strategy. And here the Nem will strategy worked out really well, baited the Jongnam skill 2 in and demolished the Oliver immediately.
Absolutely. But then it's also going to be the question, was that Sonia ban the best ban he could have made there? And also, what if he didn't ban that Sonia, but he banned the segment? Could have Gianna taken a turn? Because the Gianna definitely would have been close to the speed of the Sonia. Might have been able to survive that hit and then just fully stun the team. But those are a lot of what-ifs.
Yep, a lot of what ifs because we saw the result, and we can also see segment failing all the time because the next match is gonna be between Vinny and the Big V. And I fought Vinny earlier in the noob room, and his segment failed 3 times in a row. That was a hard watch for sure. So let's see if Vinny's segment decides to work on a real match this time around against one of the strongest player in the entire game, Mr. Big V.
Yeah, it's definitely curious to see what Big V is playing because he also likes to play very unusual comps as well. So sometimes it's just straight on for like the meta kind of things. But then again, he also likes to create his own meta with just like creative units. I remember way back in the days, I think we're talking like 2019 or 2020, when he was using Miles before Miles was even a thing.
I think I will never forget Big V with the big Garuda, the water Garuda draft in one of the matches, just absolutely crushing the old Gianna because you can go Garuda off wheel and then counter Gianna. It's kind of funny.
Absolutely, it was exactly the same match. There was the Miles, Garuda, and then with the Croa. 3 units that normally no one has ever seen. Actually, we're going back to an Okeanos style, and Okeanos is something that Big V picked up earlier when Okeanos got a slight buff, like I think a few patches back. He was already using it a little bit more, because that is a playstyle. He's from the China region for well, at least the server, but he talks a lot to the Chinese people as well. And the moment that they kind of transition into a meta that's different, Big V is also one of those players that would adapt to that kind of style of meta. Because in the end, if you're talking a lot with your friends, that's kind of the playstyle that's just like, hey, it's working for this person. Maybe I can copy that. That's what we see a lot. So in this case, we also do see that with the double twin angels right there.
Double Twin Angel being locked in, and with the increased cooldown time, that kind of soft counter the Mei Ying passive as well. But Mei Ying Heigang is one of the deadliest combo against anything that's stun. So, Big V with the big new unit that being buffed in the balance patch, the Fire Yennefer for the Oblivion. So it is a pseudo AoE Oblivion because she can Oblivion and then spread the Oblivion to another unit. So she could Oblivion the entire team with one Violent proc. But that is on the paper. On the paper, she's kind of crazy. In my personal experience, she is kind of bad.
Yeah, I exactly have the same feeling. Like early on stream today, people were often asking us like, oh, Fire Jennifer, is she good right now? I'm like, I don't think so. She might, but I honestly don't think so. So I'm very curious to see if it's going to make it into the match and how it's going to perform. And it's also just funny to see a triple of the same RGB elements straight up being drafted, and these 3 units actually really work well together. Well, it's a little bit unfair. You actually have 6 units on the field in just 3 units, right?
Pretty much. And last pick, we got the Dominic being used by Big V. So Dominic without attack buff, I'm not too sure about that, but Big V is going locked in that specialist style draft right here. No LD5 for Big V is something kind of interesting. But anyway, it is what it is. We got triple Twin Angel with Oblivion, with Ignore defense damage. On paper, Big V team looking really solid right now.
Yeah, I'm definitely curious to see how much this Dominic is going to do, because the moment Dominic goes below 50% HP, he's losing his extra damage in his final hit, and he's gonna start healing himself a little bit. There's not that much of damage, so I think that Mei Ying make quick work of all of those units. It's all eyes on that Fire Jennifer, if she's actually gonna land her skills.
I think one of the biggest problems with Fire Yennefer is that I thought the stun with the skill 2 is guaranteed, like 100% activation rate, but it's only 50% activation rate. So her skill 2 is mostly a single target Oblivion without anything extra, and she can miss that Oblivion too, and then she did her entire skill for doing nothing. So she's very dependent on her teammate landing some extra things so she can spread that around, and she is now getting absolute control. So not looking too good for Big V at the moment.
No, absolutely not looking too great. It's the Okeanos with a lot of control. We have, well, I was gonna say the Dominic below 50% HP, but the Dominic ended up below 0% HP. It left the battlefield. Ain't gonna see that one. So Fire Jennifer has to be starting to proc a lot right here to take out those units, because the Okeanos and Mei Ying are just working too well after that Heigang.
And we also have glancing on the Fire Yennefer, which will further reduce her effectiveness and landing debuff. And that is definitely not looking too good. She loses her Oblivion, and now with the 2 other unit not having any great debuff to spread around, it is not looking too good for Big V. It's gonna be a big L for the first match.
Yeah, definitely did not really work out. Also, if you have a playstyle where you're really dependent on that first target strip, you probably have to be banning out that Heigang, because with that Heigang on the field, sure, you can shoot off the Wind Twin Angels AoE strip and AoE slow and kind of things, but it's really not helping anything, except for the enemy.
Yeah, I thought he was gonna ban Hey Gang, but he banned a Chandra. I'm not sure. I thought Big V is gonna be the kind of guy that he got very confident in his speed, but I guess he wasn't that confident. He got rid of the enemy speed lead, but he went first into absolutely being countered by Hey Gang. So that was definitely not a good start for Big V.
Yeah, definitely one of those tricky things, but I definitely want to see this Fire Jennifer just to see her in an actual match where she takes turns. Is it going to be that good now? Because in the end, right now, she didn't take a single turn, so it doesn't really count. But even if she starts taking turns, I'm still not sure if she's that strong.
I think she has to be paired with a unit that strip into some layer of debuff so she can spread the Oblivion and debuff to gain the max value of that unit. But the slow was countered by Hey Gang, so I'm not too sure about that anymore.
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely one of those units, like if you go for that kind of draft style, you have to be looking out for those Hey Gangs. Also, this time around, there is going to be that light Gojo potential for Vinny, so that's always a dangerous unit right there. Doesn't have his Miying right there, but in the end, I think his Miying was a very nice cleanup, but it was the other units actually taking the full control.
All right, guys. Big V first pick in. No Water Twin Angel this time around. Let's see what's going to be the first pick. It's going to be stealing the Okeanos. We are back to 2018 or something like that with Okeanos first pick. What are we going to see next? More Chung Pung after this for Big V?
No, then we're skipping a few years. I want to go back to the old school Mo Long or Kenny Hathor. Okay, no Kenny Hathor. That's not allowed. We don't want to see Kenny Hathor, guys. We don't go that far back in time.
All right, Big V, how is he going to respond against the enemy double speed lead here? We might need to have some water stuff, and that's going to be the new More Chung Pung, aka Chandra, and Water Twin Angel. So Vinny is going to go for the Irene for the stealing unit away kind of style. And Big V unit, I think there are 3 Vire unit here. So Vinny has the option to go for a swift counter to go first and control Big V.
Ooh, that's a very fast lock-in from Big V. He definitely feels comfortable playing into those units, and he did kind of expect that, but I'm not too sure with the draft if the Sierra Gianna is going to do enough. You definitely have to be looking at either a Swift Chandra or Swift Gianna to have this as a solid draft, because the other side already has 2 speed leads. It has 2 potential fast units with that Gojo and that Athena, so I'm not too sure about that Sierra Gianna draft right there.
Yep, we might have a Swift Irene as well, because with the Fire Twin Angel on the team, that is potential cooldown reduction for the Irene. So she can be on Swift and still be able to lock in many units in the suitcase for multiple turns in a row.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's see how that works out. The bans are definitely taking a little bit longer. The Gianna's locked out in this case. I do see the first turn going to Vinny, but let's see how much he can use that first turn to deny the turns on the enemy side.
Here we go, guys. First turn belongs to the light Gojo with the skill 2 that will strip push back the Twin Angel, but did not touch the Chandra, and the fallout from Vinny was not fast enough for this Chandra. And right now the control is back on Big V, and it's gonna be stripped into slow, into stun, into bomb. That is, oh, never mind. Forget about the bomb part, okay?
We still have chance for the stun. Stun's okay, stun's not okay neither.
Oh, Big V was almost winning the game, but now Vinny saw a little bit of a chance. But being layer between slow and speed buff, it is not looking good for Big V, for Vinny at all, because this is so much control and turn for Big V.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's also really interesting to see, as I mentioned earlier, that Chandra had to be something of a speed contest as well. It was just all set up by the draft, where it's like, okay, we have to be fast on those units, otherwise we're never going to be taking any turns. Oliver still has the turns and the cooldown, so Oliver could definitely do all of her things. However, the Okeanos is one of those units that might be hard to control.
All right, Oliver will have the control on either Sierra or the Wind Twin Angel. Did not get the bar that he need to move again, which means the Twin Angel will soon have a lot more skill to offer, and there's nothing much that Big V can do. He does have the Fire Twin Angel for the immunity now, so this turn needs to be very, very good for Vinny to come back from this.
Absolutely, and also the big question is, where do you go for the reset on the cooldown? Goes for the reset on the cooldown on the enemy twins, and actually connected most of them. I think I saw 2 or 3, so it's definitely a longer cooldown for those water twin angels. However, the Chandra doesn't really need skills, and everything is so low on HP already. The skill one is just time and time again gonna do good damage, and just a little bit of more skill ones, you're going to be taking out those units on the side of Vinny.
All right, Vinny's losing the Oliver very, very soon. Can he keep the Oliver alive with Irene moving next? I think Irene probably have skill as well. So, Oliver's very low and Oliver is gone. Unfortunately for Big V, there's no healing on his team as well, which means Vinny still has a small window to come back from this. It is small, well, very small.
It is very small because in the end, Vinny also doesn't have any healer where the Fire Twin Angels, they are full on supports, but they're more support damage dealers and supports in the form of buffs rather than the supports in the form of healing. And this Chandra's just casually dishing out 1 or like 5k damage every time he takes a skill 1. And that just adds up to enough damage over time.
And Oki's gonna try to free the Ciara as good as possible. Here comes the Gojo with the bar reduction. And now the Irene can take the attention away from the Gojo for a brief moment and put it on the Fire Twin Angel, taking some damage right there. And she is on fire as well, so she can soon lock in another unit. And that is not looking good. Ciara with a bomb and detonation ready next turn. So they have to do something about the Ciara as well.
Absolutely. And it's also funny to see that this is actually a Ciara from way back in the days. Ciara without any additional damage artifacts. It's just full on bomb damage, probably some reduction from either fire or anything. Very crucial stun right there from that Gojo towards the Chandra. Chandra not taking its turn where it could have actually taken out something. And we have the cycling back into the threat state.
And funny enough, that reflect debuff buff is hard countering the Ciara right now. She can't bomb anyone properly. There's immunity as well. And she can't kill the dying Gojo. So Vinny is holding on DLI with so low health on these 2 units. But he's doing a pretty good job.
Absolutely, and this is the case where also the Chandra cannot go for the damage on the units he wants to do. The Ciara is doing absolutely no work while having no additional damage artifacts. So in this case, it's going to be where it looks very grim for Vinny. It's actually looking grim for Big V right now.
But that protection is finally over. Chandra looking for a target. Could take out the Irene. And Ciara with the bomb available could take out the Gojo. Oh my god, all that work. And he could not survive. Big V with 3 dying targets. Can the Fire Twin Angel be the one? Here we go. First unit going down. Here we go. Second unit going down. Big V is on like a very, very shaky road. Oh my god. Can the Ciara do it? No. The Fire Twin Angel say. Ain't no way.
It was the 500 per hit of the Ciara. If the Ciara just had a little bit of additional damage in the sideline, additional damage by attack 4%, additional damage by HP 0.3%, it would have been enough. There were so many turns from that Ciara, just 1k in total, 1k in total. That did not make it. The Fire Twin Angel survived, took that final additional turn, had the immunity up, Bomb couldn't do anything. That just shows the power of Fire Twin Angels, but also the power of, like, sure, you want that a lot of bomb damage in there, but if you cannot connect your bombs, your Ciara is doing nothing.
Man, the Fire Twin Angel and Irene combo was devastating for that Ciara. So many turns. Yeah, you got it right. So many turns she took, and so many wasted turns that she couldn't really do anything. It was so annoying seeing that 2 unit, like you can see right there, 2 unit is about to die, but there was just no angle for Big V to finish them off. And finally, when he can finish them off, the Fire Twin Angel was able to finish 3 units on his own. Unbelievable match for Vinny right there.
Yeah, absolutely. And that just shows the power of the Fire Twin Angel. It's very much a very strong unit. It provides that immunity, it provides the extra damage, and mostly it's built super tanky, so it's hard to take off the field as well.
And that will conclude the first round. I mean, not the first round, the first matchup today between the 2 teams. And that is only the first half of the America Summit today. We still have another 2 teams playing after this, which is going to be Undergod against Team Boladao. Team Boladao is right now in the last ranking for the 5 teams. So they have to secure a very big day today to catch up with the rest of the gang. So that's going to be very important for Team Borodao later on. And we also have a coupon after the break. So this is going to be a break. Say we're going to have a break to go to the toilet, and there's going to be a great coupon after this. So huge congratulations for True Dolphin taking the lead once again. And unfortunately, another bad day for the True Whale team, the Good Luck Have Fun team. True Dolphin staying at the top once again.
Yeah, it's definitely funny to see this whole format also work out, because in the end, those few points of just getting those draws in, it still managed to, like, even though that you lost like the match between the two between the two teams, still managing to pick up 5 points. If you always get at least a few points here and there, you still do a comfortable position on the leaderboard. So I definitely like this format.
Yeah, it's like, even if you do badly for like a day, the team can still kind of carry you a little bit, so you don't feel as bad just losing entirely, because you can do well in the next day, like how Amo did. He lost pretty badly in the first 2 days, but then he won in today, for example, and he bring back the team and bring points to the team as well. And it also kind of sad for, let's say, Vinny, who destroyed Big V, but then because his team didn't do too well for the day, overall his performance couldn't really bring the team back from like the low position in terms of the ranking for all the teams, because not all the team will make it to the playoff in the end.
Yep, absolutely. And I heard that we're going into a break. So guys, grab a drink, grab a snack. We'll be right back, and we will have that coupon for you. And we're very hyped for the matches that are to come.
Yo guys, welcome back to the America Summit second half of today's stream. We're back once again with our special guest today. That is going to be Sasha. So it's kind of funny say that it is the America Summit, but neither of us who are American. But anyway, who is your fave? It's going to be the coupon code for the day down right there. So key that in, and I think the chat's going to be the link for iOS as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's really fun to be here. And we all feel a little bit American today. I think we can say that much. And also for the guys in chat, let us know who is your favorite? Who is the person or the team that you're rooting for?
So right now coming up is going to be between Team Underdogs and Team Boladao. So there's going to be very, very important for Team Boladao to start picking up some wins, because right now they're not looking good on the leaderboard for the America Summit, because once again we got 5 teams fighting for their spot in the playoff, and not all 5 teams are going to make it, which means it is very important to get a lot of wins like Team True Dolphin every single week to secure that very, very important spot in the playoff. Because if you play all these matches and you don't make it to the playoff, does that really mean anything at the end of the day, say?
Well, you are here for just showing what you can do. It's always just fun to play a little bit of competition, but it's also fun for just doing something with a team all together, where you just every Friday you just come together, you have a meeting of like, okay, what is the strategizing, or even maybe throughout the week that you're already strategizing who's going to play when, who's going to play what. You already know the players that you're playing against, so you can kind of maybe already decide like, oh, if I play against player X, I really don't want to do that, so maybe that is like the Angel Bond decision right there. So I definitely do think that even if you don't make it all the way, it's still like a lot of fun that you get out of doing this.
All right, Say's being very nice, but we all know not being first means you're being last, okay? You better win as many matches as possible. First, we're going to see Team Boladao members. We got Jeff Boladao. We got the captain being Daniel Carioca. Why is it not Team Daniel Carioca? Why is it Team Boladao? But we got many other players from the South America region, together with Sarah, who is also stream on Twitch fairly often, and they're all very, very strong player. On the other hand, we have Team Undergods, who, dude, there's so many crazy players in this team as well. The captain being Zezas. We got the crowd favorite, Mr. Raigeki, who's going to show us some amazing gameplay. I think Team Undergods are being very relaxed right now. They're laughing one another. I think that's what I like to see. Just having the good time with the boys kind of vibe, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm very curious to see what they will play for as well, because we definitely have a lot of players from South America in both of the two teams over here. And they also have their own playstyle where I would say the other players where we have Asia, Europe, and maybe North America. For example, all of our Valajules were mostly crit rate. Then against in South America, all of them were resistant. So it's really depending on what kind of people do you actually watch, what kind of people do you hang out with. And therefore, some units have a slight difference on just the playstyle that it's used at.
Exactly. The meta can differ from region to region, because I know Japan or Korea or China, they all have their own sneaky little meta as well. So let's see what they're going to bring to the table. And they are now picking the players for their matches. And a lot of you guys might be wondering, do they see who's picking who? I think they don't know who are being picked for, let's say, match 1, match 2, match 3, but they can probably see who's being picked in the let's say you see that, oh, match 1 someone's coming out, so they can kind of predict like, okay, maybe match 2 the other guy's coming out. By the match 4 or 5 they know exactly who's going to come out in match 4 or 5, and they can also use their special Angelmon privilege to swap the order of their team to maybe get a more favorable matchup for the earlier match. I think that's what they did for the matches in the previous round, where they swapped out I think True Whale and the other team both used the Angelmon to swap the match 5, which is the one who was being swapped the most.
Yeah, absolutely. And match 5 being swapped the most is also an interesting take. That's maybe one of those more reserved players where it's like, oh, maybe I don't really feel comfortable going that early into the matchup. But then also that is the potential of already knowing, and you have more chance to think about, because you see more of the matchups already being filled in. The match 5, you can already fill in. It's like all of the other players are there except this one player, so that is going to be the one player that's left over. But for that reason, it's also the one you have most to think about. It's like, hey, do I maybe want to use the Angemon on that position right there? And if you were in a team, would you rather play early or would you rather play late?
I'm not too sure because I think it also depends on the person who's fighting. Like, let's say you're not as strong, your box are not as deep, then you're not very confident. In the very first round, you want to swap it to a stronger player. But with Daniel Carioca leading the match, I think he's going to be crushing that game one. He's confident. He's going in hard.
Yeah, it's actually funny to see that often captains are just sitting like, hey, I want to go for the team one. But talking about sitting comfortable, Raigeki is just hugging his pillow, having a great time, man. I love the vibes.
Yeah, he's ready. He doesn't care who he's fighting. He's gonna beat them all. Raigeki is being one of the strongest player on the team. Also helps with that. He's one of the people call him the one of the best drafter in the entire summoners or community player base overall. All right, Jeff, bro, I was gonna go in the middle. I feel like a lot of time the team captain like to play in the middle, but this time Daniel Carioca is playing the first, trying to get the momentum going for the team, because usually the team captain like to play in the middle. Let's say the team's not doing so well, then they go try to bring the balance back for the team. And Raigeki is gonna go into the middle against Jeff Bolodao as well.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be a great matchup to see in that match 3 right there. Definitely looking forward to that because Raigeki actually finished as a top 10. At least I'm pretty sure in the last season he got top 10 as a finish, which is also very impressive to do all that time. So, and he's been getting a lot of those high finishes. So he's definitely one of those players to look out for. Would you also be comfortable if someone says like, use that Angemon so I play against Raigeki? That would be one of those spots for me. Is like, I'd rather play someone else. I try to get my points over there.
And the Souls
it's gonna be tough fighting Raigeki. Raigeki's kind of fun to watch, but he also he always tell me that, oh Sean, I'm retiring this year, and then after he said that, oh wow, this season you are like rank 8. I thought you were retiring.
Yeah, it's like one of those streamers like, I had it with this game, I'm totally not streaming tomorrow, and then the next day, guys, I'm here again, I'm gonna do another 30 wings, let's go. It just happens. I'm
retiring,
so
but I'm beating up all these SWC opponent I'm seeing, haha, but I'm retiring.
Absolutely. So let's see. We also have Souls Hunter being locked in that 5th match. I think also only Zezas was missing, if I'm correct. Didn't see that on the screen just that quickly. But let's see what those matches look like, because I'm definitely curious about, Zezas is being locked in that 5th match. Are they going to use any Angemon or are they going to save it? To be honest, I feel like even if you switch some matches, you could still end up at an unfavorable match or still end up at like 1 or 2 wins or loses over here. Those Angemons, for me, feel really crucial in those playoffs. But then again, you first have to get to those playoffs. So when is the right moment to use it? And that just adds another element towards the game of like the tournament as well. And I really like that.
Because I think it's kind of funny how in the first half of the stream, we saw Angemon was being used for match 5 to put Big V there. And then suddenly Ladrillo from match 5 getting dragged to match 2. So then Big V has to fight Vinny. So using the Angemon doesn't guarantee you a matchup. If the enemy also predict that you're going to do that and then swap the matchup, that you are going to get in. So it's kind of fun to see. All right, guys, it is confirmed from the back end that no Angemons being used in this round, which means we proceed with the matchup that you saw just now on screen. And let's see who's going to take the cake for today. Is it going to be Team Bolodao or is it going to be Team Undergods? And once again, it is very important to get 1 win, even though you lose the overall best of 3. Very important to get that 1 win.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing is, there's also so many players to talk about. Normally, if we go into a matchup, it's like, there's one player to talk about, the box of the other player. And then you can kind of talk about, like, what is the playstyle, what do they work around with. But now there's 5 players on both sides. There's so much to talk about. There's so many different boxes. There's so many different strategies that could go into it. And then again, you also have the pre-ban, which maybe some of the players are familiar with it from this tournament itself. But just playing on the leaderboards, you don't see that as much. And then you have a player like Raigeki, played a lot of SWC matches. He's very comfortable with that.
Also, right now, because of the balance patch and the special league being triple or non-LD element, it kind of influenced the rune situation of all these players a little bit if they do trying to play in the special league. I think we saw just now Big V locked in almost no LD5 at all in his draft, so maybe that's going to influence the pre-ban of these players. Instead of pre-banning the Laura, maybe they're going to pre-ban the Fire Twin Angel now, because the runes are shifting around quite a fair bit with the balance patch and the special league happening at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. And sure, you can make a save state and then set back to that save state. But if you have to do that multiple times, at some point you're not really sure, like, okay, what's the best version if you want to play multiple days of that special league as well. So it's definitely a factor right now where the special league doesn't really match with what people would like to play in these tournaments. But therefore, it's also who can do the most amount of homework while it's being a little bit more difficult. Then again, you have 5 teammates who you can play goodwills or just random matches against to just try to test out things. And that's the thing, when you're playing an SWC by yourself, you try to find your friends to also try some matches, but you don't have 4 people around you that are simply dedicated to you to just try out things, which is really nice.
Exactly. Especially for certain player, let's say, that has never played a lot of the pre-ban setup before, because when you play well on a ladder, you have all the box, you have every single unit, and you can draft very comfortably. But playing the pre-ban and you have to play the opponent, let's say 3 times in a row, is quite challenging, because I would hate to play the same guy on the ladder 3 times in a row, let alone having a pre-ban on top of that.
Yeah, absolutely. And then it's also back and forth pre-banning, because at some point it's also just what Evan called very well trauma pre-banning. It's like, oh, I lost against this unit in the previous match, I'm gonna ban that in the next. But it's not necessarily like a really prepared thing of like, okay, I'm gonna pre-ban this, then he's gonna draft that, so I draft this, so they draft that. There's certain players that actually go all the way back and forth, that pretty much fill in the whole draft from A to Z, and then they go into the match and it happens exactly like that. However, you could also over prepare with that. You have like, okay, if this happens, then that, and then suddenly on the very first pick it's like, no, I go different. I go for a segment first pick, and you're like, wait, but you were supposed to pick a speed lead first. This is not how we're playing Summoners War.
Exactly. Anyway, we're going to the first match between Doc Gachom and Daniel Carioca. Let's see what's going to be the pre-ban. Is it going to be one of the LD5, let's say Ragdoll kind of pre-ban and 02 kind of pre-ban? Or are we seeing the, let's say, Water Twin Angel and Segment pre-ban? That could very much happen as well.
Absolutely. And we also see Daniel Carioca shining in that SWC t-shirt that he has from the 2021 edition. It's always really cool to see those players that do have those shirts to also wear them during those pictures that they then show at later tournaments.
Yep, show that they've been here before, they've played this format before. I have played these games before, and oh my god, the difference in ranking is huge for this one. So one might say Daniel Carioca got a free win, but you never know what might happen in Summoners War, because if you play the Segment, the Oliver kind of style, the 50% resist will be the biggest enemy.
Yeah, absolutely. And also he made it very close to G2, but just not made it by 26 ranks right there. So that is unfortunate to see. Hopefully he can get that next season, because once again, he is very close on that next rank already. We have the bans on the Kovaci and the Chitian Dashang.
Oh, Keaton Dashing pre-ban. I thought that is one of the unit that you can counter pretty well nowadays, but I think maybe Doug Gachon doesn't like to play with passive unit. He likes to play with some aggressive turn 1 more Water Ryu kind of style, so the Keaton Dashing might be a huge problem.
Yeah, definitely interesting to see that as pre-ban, because most of the time it is a very good 5th pick. Absolutely, if you have that unit, still keep it runed up. But it's also definitely a unit which I would say it only fits maybe in like 1 in every 30 matches or even 50.
Wait, hold up. That is a Carnal first pick, say. That is something that you don't see very often. What is he doing over there?
I definitely do think he has been tuning into some Skit streams, because Skit from the Korean community has actually made it popular to go for early Carnal. But most of the time he was pairing that with the Wind Twin Angels. In this case, we're seeing an Amtawat, which in its own right is a decent unit into a further high up, but is it going to be that great? No, actually takes it away. It goes for the Oliver, so still going back to normal style of drafting a little bit more with that third and that Changpang on the field. But that right side draft is also looking like a meta that we had back in 2021.
Wow, Daniel is catfishing Doc Gachom right there with a Carnal first pick. Oh, you think I'm going to go slow? Voila, I got 33 speed lead and a 230 Swift set on that Yon Hong right there. Doc Gachom thought he was going to get an easy turn 1 game and then picking a Vert, maybe on Swift and Shangpeng. And now he's like, oh no, I'm getting outsped now.
Yeah, it's definitely the question of like how much work can those Moor and those Chungpang do against the Hey Gang. And we also have a Robo added to it right now, so he's definitely not afraid of that Hey Gang because he's locking in 4 AoE strippers.
But then we got the high base from Yon Hong. He might pick another high speed contest unit to try and take turn 1 away from Dark Gachom, because if you ban more, even a Chiu right now or anything that have speed lead who could be on Swift can easily outspeed Dark Gachom.
Yeah, absolutely. So curious to see. Chiwu is one of those units that also a lot of people don't have ruined up anymore, but it's still one of those really fitting units. It is a speed lead, it is an AoE strip, it is a pushback. Definitely can work. But in this case, the Athna does signal that you're banning out that third.
I feel like even without speed lead, Daniel might still outspeed Dark Gachom. Might. It's a bad, fat might, but it could happen.
Ooh, we have the Athna being banned and the Moor being banned. So Daniel Karaoke wasn't too comfortable in his speeds while banning out that speed lead. But now the big question is, Daniel Karaoke, after turn 1, can you do enough damage and do you have enough gas in the tank to actually kill a bunch of units? Because you certainly will take that first turn. But is that going to be enough to actually kill anything?
Is there any Nemesis trap? Here comes the Yon Hong with the skill 2. But if you miss the strip, he did not miss the strip. No revenge coming out from Lima as well. Oh, that Hey Gang. Oh, that Oliver. They are absolutely destroying Daniel Cochran right now.
Yeah, all of those units not connecting. You were hoping for at least a glancing on the third, at least some stuns here and there. Good damage from the Carnal, however. Are you going to take out... He takes out the third. That is so much damage on that Carnal.
That is amazing damage. If the Vert stay, I think Dark Gachom had a very good chance of winning if the Vert is on the field right now, because the Lima can provide some healing and the control from the other unit will allow the Vert to just keep gaining health with the skill 1 as well.
Yeah, absolutely. But now the big question, we do have the 2 wind units on the side of Dark Gachom, which might actually do enough work. But then again, you still have to face that Carnal, and that Carnal has been showing a lot of damage. Robo, can you land all stuns?
Oh.
Does actually connect the stun on the wrong element, but does not connect it on the Hey Gang.
Kind of funny how he missed water and landed on fire. But big stun from Hey Gang on the Lima. Robo out of gas. Chungpang out of gas. It is time for Danny Karaoke to bring it back with the big heal from the Yon Hong onto the Carnal, getting a free turn as well. And there's nothing Robo and Chungpang can do to stop this. It might be GG here. Daniel started off very rough, but the violent prop from the Carnal plus the big damage bill was able to bring it back.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, this Lima showed that it was countering before. It had will runes, so it's definitely not going to be on violence. So it's not going to be taking an additional turn at this position. Chungpang does try it, but the Oliver already made sure of that it's not going to be doing all too much. We're going to look at the Carnal skill 3, Rain of Swords, and it's going to annihilate the whole team. 3Ks per hit, nearly annihilating all 3 units. And Dark Gachom does know that he's not going to win from this position.
Very good start for Daniel Karaoke. Completely bamboozle Dark Gachom with the first 2 pick, thinking that Dark Gachom is going to get a free turn 1 and then turn the table around, get the turn 1 instead. Very good bait and switch right there from Daniel Karaoke.
Absolutely, but I also completely understand why he was drafting that Carnal early, because he gave some good food to that Carnal. He was hungry, but he had a good meal and he was doing a lot of damage on that meal.
For sure, that thing hit so hard. Because normally nowadays people put that speed good damage HP set on the fire Bayak, but Daniel stay with the OG fire guy that is gonna be Carnal, and that was doing some massive work. And we got a Yon Hong ban, we got a Vert ban, both taking out each other turn 1 potential. Daniel getting first pick here. Let's see what's gonna be.
Yeah, absolutely. It's also fun to see. This is kind of like the trauma banning of the last match. Like, oh, that Vert. If it went wrong at any given moment, the Vert would have went for those counters. It would have been real bad. Dark Gachom was like, oh, that Yon Hong. It just did so much work getting that first turn towards that Carnal. And in this case, we have a Moor on the left side. Actually very fast going for the Carnal once again. But on the right side, we have that combination of the Oliver and the Miles.
I think could be a Juno game here for Dark Gachom, trying to counter the Win unit and the Carnal with the Juno. I would love to see Win Nobara right now being dropped with Juno, though. That would be very amazing.
I do think that you're looking at a very good draft. Also, this combination looks very strong because there's so many AoEs on the left side. 2 units already have AoE debuffs, so I think Daniel Karaoke has to be looking at banning out that Win Nobara, but you haven't seen the 5th pick yet, so you have to make a very good slot 4 and slot 5 right now to be in a comfortable position.
So it has to be 2 single target snipe, and the first one being Viva, who can also provide some healing for the team. As a very good answer from Daniel Karaoke right there. And the last pick is gonna be Praha, who kind of countered the Nobara with the heal as well. So Rakuni being drafted to provide support for the Mouse and Oliver, and overall very decent against CC team. So I think that's gonna be a Viva ban, and that might be. Is it going to be Win Nobara ban though? I kind of want to see it being played. It got banned in the previous round.
Yeah, I definitely want to see it play, but I think for the best win rate on the side of Daniel Karaoke, if he wants to lock it in, he probably has to ban that Win Nobara, because also the Praha, the sleep is something that does not connect on a target. It is not, and therefore cleansing does not activate, so therefore the Win Nobara will get slept. And therefore, the Win Nobara will get extra ATB. It starts dealing the damage. It is definitely a unit you don't want to see on the field, and Daniel Karaoke does agree with me right here.
Oh, but the Wind Monkey is gonna stay. Daniel Karaoke has a lot of wind and water, so the monkey might be a big problem for Daniel Karaoke if the monkey happens to go crazy.
Let's see, the monkey will take up a lot from those AoEs, but also the fire Megami will take up a lot from those AoEs. However, Target Jump doesn't have a form of sustain, so any of the damage that is dealt will remain removed from those units.
Alright, first turn, no stun coming out from the Mouse, and no AoE coming out from the Moor. He doesn't want to get stunned as well. And we have the budget Laura getting a turn here with the immunity, but no strip, no slow on the enemy team. Do the switcheroo onto the Mouse, trying to get the snipe right there. I wonder if it's going to succeed though. But the good thing about Dano team is that the enemy has no healing, so that's going to be a lot of damage on the Mouse that is unrecoverable.
The damage on the Mouse was definitely a good play. Also, simply waiting with the skill 2 and the skill 3 of those Twin Angels, just making sure enemy doesn't take any turn, doesn't give them any chance to get the stun on the Fever Gel when you did it one. Now there's 2 debuffs to work, and 2 debuffs was a little bit too much to be stealing right.
Man, the steal, the buff, the strip coming from Dark Gacham is not connecting on Danny Karaoke at all. He still managed to go for the AoE. He still managed to go for the Viva skill 3. And now there's nothing much the monkey can do because it's being stunned and slowed. And the monkey being naturally not very fast is going to be a huge problem for Dark Gacham, because that is the unit he drafted, hopefully to counter the enemy team. But it's being hard countered by the slow and the stun right now.
Ooh, also those stuns are not connecting from that Fire Megami. That's Fire Megami's only job. Getting a turn, providing a stun. Maybe a little bit of strip here and there, but providing that stun. If it's not connecting those stuns, unit is not having a good day.
The Oliver Mouse angle is not really working out, and he's losing unit left, right, center. The monkey is now going to be the target. Oliver alone might be really good against a team without fire, but he's not going to do enough damage with Danioka having 2 heal on the field, ready to go at any time.
So plus you're still just waiting for the simple fast going to 50% to happen at any given moment. If it happens at any given moment, I'm not going to have the side. It just takes a little bit of time for those persistence to happen, but they will happen at some point.
And it happened, and Praha's skill is ready to go. If he missed again on Praha, it's going to be very bad, because all the damage that Oliver was doing is going to be gone. And now the monkey doesn't even have a chance to do damage because of the attack break.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, I guess that this FIFA Gel is being on resistance build, because it has been resisting a good amount of buffs thus far. So it is definitely one of those units. He actually tried to switch it up with maybe a stun on the Praha. Did connect, but that just took that addition of Daydream, and all of the units on the side of Dark sleeping once again.
And I think that is GG, lady and gentle ladies in the chat. And we are moving on to game 2 with Daniel Karaoke, the team captain, taking the lead, starting off strong with 2-0, not leaving any crumb for the enemy team to take.
Yeah, very well played, especially that first draft. It was just very solid. It worked out, affected, and that just shows where a lot of the drafting skill also comes in. But then again, I would pretty noticeable gap between rune quality, and that's what you also see in the rank phase. Daniel managed to get a rank 91, whereas your enemy is more closer towards a rank 1000. That is definitely a gap between rune quality and Daniel Caro that as well.
Pretty much, that's like watching Sean B and Seishizo fighting. That's just a bully match at this point. So we're moving on to round 2 here, say. Let's see. It's gonna be Sarah bringing it back, or no, Sarah's actually gonna be on Daniel Caro team, which means if Sarah wins the next game, it's gonna be looking very good for Team Bolodao for this round.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's also definitely going to be more of an LD heavy match, whereas this match was the kind of showcase of most of the match. Sure, we did have the Viva Shell in there, did do a lot of, it was more on the elemental units rather than the units that we mostly see shine, a lot of the LD units. On the other hand, though, is actually a player I'm not too familiar with, but I'm very curious what he plays.
But it's gonna be tough for Lordo because Sarah is very, very strong. The account is crazy stacked with insane LD, and some of them are like the very, very good one as well. But she got a big nerf with the Laura nerf as well, so she's kind of adjusting to that. Maybe the mental damage from the balance patch is still there with Sarah, so hopefully she can recover from that and make it through, because I think last week where Team Bolodao play, she wasn't doing so well against the enemy player, and I think she managed to only get 1 point, so maybe today is the day for her to shine.
Yeah, absolutely. It's always one of those things that you want to recover when it's just not working that well. Work out for the next time. Is it something that the enemy prepared against very well, or was it just your own not connecting at that right moment? It could be factors, but that was last week. This is this week. Let's see what she can bring in this match.
Oh, we might be having some tech issues. I think maybe having some network issue between
I'm not too
Lordo
sure what's
and
happening.
Sarah, maybe.
But, are we going into the match?
Maybe we are. Maybe we are now.
Yeah, let's see what's going on right now. Yes, we are going into the match, so let's see how it works out.
Here we go, guys. Lordo and Sarah, or Untitled. Let's see who's gonna be the first one to get a pre-ban here. They're both thinking about a pre-ban because Sarah has so many crazy LD5 for Lordo to take care of.
Yeah, let's see. It's definitely two players that are a lot closer in rank to one another. 127 against 185. So let's see. They're definitely taking a lot of the time for the pre-ban. Is that something that they're not sure what to pre-ban, or are they just going to simply let it time out? No, we actually have a Chroma ban and a Ragdoll ban.
It's gonna be the Ragdoll. It is gonna be the Chroma, which means Sarah might be going for the Maximilian gameplay with the AoE debuff cleave.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be curious to see what they're gonna go for. So we have the Ragdoll already pre-banned. That does mean that you're gonna go more into AoE such as Atmas or any of those kind of units. We have Sarah going for a Sierra first pick, so that's more of a comfortable first pick, but that could be followed up with a lot of units. Most of the time, Sierra very well is just with all of kinds of LDs right there.
I feel like Sierra first pick means you have to be very confident in your rune quality because you're opting for a lower speedy position and you are going for a unit that can be stunned, can be one shot, can be reset, and she instantly becomes useless. And that is what exactly Lordo's going for, the better speed lead and a unit to counter the Sierra immediately turn 1.
Yep, we also right away have that Athna. It's one of those units, if you play against an enemy that you know has a Ragdoll, if you lock in that Athna early, it is 100% that's going to be that Ragdoll being locked in. But then again, we also have a unit that kind of does a similar thing as that Ragdoll, which is that Fire Megami now being locked in by Sarah right there. Plus a, wait, not a Light Gojo, a Water Gojo. But the Water Gojo isn't countering anything just yet because it wants to counter pushbacks, which hasn't been shown on the side of the enemy yet.
I think Water Gojo is just like in this position, it is basically an AoE strip unit that is a little bit harder to kill, but doesn't provide crazy follow-up. Basically, the skill 1 that might or might not stun. And Lordo is gonna go for 2 anti-stun unit, perfect into the Fire Megumi and the Water Gojo, which is gonna be the Juno and the Josephine. That's gonna be very annoying for Sarah to deal with. And to counter that, she's gonna go for Automel and Mi Ying. So we have more stun coming out from Sarah, but I'm not sure that is the play. It could stun a lot on the Josephine and the Ethna, who are, I mean, there's a lot of crit coming out from Lordo. So maybe Automel is actually going to be insane, and Mi Ying is just kind of insane in general.
Yeah, I think the Mi Ying is a really good pick. And the Arda, it's one of those 50-50 picks. If it starts stunning a lot on the right target, if it stuns the Ethna a lot, it is really good. But if it starts stunning the Josephine, but only when the Josephine has that passive active, then it's going to be really bad. But then again, it could also stun that Josephine when the passive is on a cooldown. And then it's once again really good. So interesting to see how well this Artemil is going to do.
All right, we got the healer ban, we got the hard carry Mi Ying ban. So Sarah has to perform here with the Ciara, but Ciara is looking like she's gonna be the main target immediately for Lordo to take out.
Ethna, how much work can you do? Do you go for the capture? Does go for the capture, does connect it on that Ciara right away. Fire Megami, do we connect our own stuns, or do you even want to connect your own stun? Is the case with the Josephine on the field.
Here we go, big stun. Josephine get a turn. Josephine taking a turn right there with the provoke ready to go. Which one is it gonna go on? Can Automel stop Josephine right this moment? Oh, no crit, but get a violent proc, get the passive back. No stun coming out from Josephine, but no stun for Automel as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of back and forth, but also a lot of nothing happening just now. So it's interesting to see there. Once again, we have a stun, but now we also have the stun being returned on that Artemil. Josephine, that is the right moment of Josephine just permanently getting her passive back on those additional turns. As a Josephine player, you really like to see that passive being active all the time.
And that was the best stun Josephine could ask for, because you are stunning the Automel at 0 attack bar. So Automel is going to take a long time before he get out of that stun. But Josephine is getting stunned by the Water Gojo as well. Unfortunately, I think she proc before that, which means right now she's stunned. But if you stun again, she's getting out of that immediately. But the Ciara finally get a moment to shine. Here comes the bomb. Can she land the most important bomb of the game before she die? Here we go, guys. Bomb on the Vanessa. Connect the bomb. But that's the shield up Vanessa. Oh my god.
And now it is shield up once again, exactly as you mentioned it. It looks very strange where you stun the Josephine, but it does not actually, or it still has the passive, but it happened at the moment that the passive came off cooldown. So the moment that you hit right after that, as you mentioned it, you can actually still stun and then get to the passive again. So there's a lot of back and forth right there. If you were to stun right now, well, the big question is, would you go for stun on the Josephine? Do you test the elements to go for Josephine stun? Because that might be your play. Actually, does not get the stun from the Gojo, but it does get stunned on that counter.
Oh my god, that was such a important stun to get. That was, I think, the only moment where Josephine's off cooldown for the passive, and then it resists the Gojo stun. Just to stun the Gojo, proceed to stun the Automel, and get a violent proc. This Josephine is doing a job of the entire team, protecting everybody while controlling everybody else. It's crazy right now.
Yeah, this Josephine is doing a lot of work. Where you mentioned it before, Artemil could be one of those units. Either it's doing a lot or it's doing absolutely nothing. Josephine is exactly one of those units as well. And in this case, she's doing everything that you want her to do.
And now passive is back. If you stun, there's more shield coming up. So he cannot afford to stun. He's trying to go for, she's trying to go for the defense break right there. And did not get a defense break, but the Ethna might finally go down. Unfortunately, Sarah healed. Oh my god, the stun off element. A disaster moment coming out from this Gojo. And another fat stun onto the Automel once again, taking away the heal from the Automel.
There's just so many stuns going back and forth, but Sarah's not getting the better end of those stuns. Artemil's trying to live for dear life, but it's just not working out time and time again. Stunned by this Josephine. Josephine is doing so much work, stunning pretty much the whole team every time. Well, she did miss a stun right there, but I think it is a little too late.
It's kind of crazy how almost every unit on Lordo's team can crit a lot, but Automel was being absolutely controlled and could not provide any value for the team. This Josephine is just doing too well against the enemy team. The moment Water Gojo go down, Fire Megumi is nothing but a heal bot for Juno at the end game.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of those 1v1s. Juno just likes to eat so many of those units. Anything that becomes new meta kind of feels like, oh, Juno might actually have a good 1v1 or even a 1v2 against those. Fire Megami is definitely one of those. Juno's definitely one of those units that is to stay in the meta and just works, I think, for most of the metas, if not all metas that we have seen in the past.
And that is GG. Fire Megami was not the unit, and Josephine was the unit, being absolutely crazy right now. Oh boy. She's gonna pre-ban Josephine.
Yeah,
the trauma pre-ban.
Yeah, the trauma pre-ban. If we see a pre-ban on the Josephine right now, that's absolutely a trauma pre-ban right there. But then again, Josephine is not something that is great in every match. Josephine, most of the time, is just a 4th or 5th pick slot. So it's not really something you can already prepare against, like, oh, I'm going to be stunning a lot in this match. Because sure, there's a lot of units that do provide the stun, especially with a Megami right now. Maybe because of the Megami, we're going to see a lot more people actually put a lot of effort and runes into a Josephine. Could definitely be a thing. But then again, it's for a pre-ban, I think it is a little bit too much.
I feel like you don't even need good runes on that Josephine. That Josephine just now was just either proc a lot, stun a lot. It didn't even do damage. It didn't even have to do anything. It just kind of have some runes and then land the stun and you're good to go. That's all you need.
Well, definitely true, but then again, does it always proc a lot? Because that is one of those things. The Josephine only procs for the enemy. That's how we all feel, right? It only works for the enemy, but it never works for you.
All right, we got the Miying ban. We got the Angela ban. Angela being one of the most prominent healer in today's RTA. So we got the Vanessa ban getting picked up by Lordo once again. Let's see if Sarah's going to go for a different strategy this time around and maybe drop the stun, go for a bit more damage.
Yeah, let's see. First pick last time around was for that Sierra. It's probably our comfortable playstyle, so I do expect her to kind of go back to that as well. But there's a lot more options she could go for. Oliver is one of those. Twin Ages is what we commonly see. But what is going to be that second slot? Is that going to be a speed contesting unit, or are we going to go for a Bruiser style?
It could be a Bruiser style, it could be Chandra, but then Sarah still have the segment angle for the defense break. Turn 1-ish support right there, but it depends on what Lordo is gonna go for. And oh my god, the most annoying way to deal with debuff is here. That's gonna be a Chroma, that's gonna be Gio. That's so much attack power going on. Sarah need a Tien Lang draft right now.
Yeah, DLA would be insane right now, but with the enemy taking this many turns, this is where I kind of feel like, okay, I'm gonna draft in a way on the 3 and 4 that I could go for it and there's in the 5th if it fits. Because that's really a setup. Everything on the enemy side is just taking a lot of turns, but they're not always the highest of impact turns itself. So if you can have an opening where a Antares in the 5th would become really good, that might be a nice thing. But we actually see a Trix and a Lamila, definitely units we don't see all too much.
This is definitely the special effect happening right now with the best Vio off Laura and onto Trix, and the best follow-up rune off the Maximilian, or I don't know, off whatever, and go on to Lamilia. And the anti-debuff squad is now being completed with the Juno and the 5 pudding to counter the Oliver pushback.
I'm telling you, in the 5th, Antares ban the pudding, and you will have a great match. As long as you don't get armor broken by the Vanessa, then Antares will absolutely have a great match. Also, I'm looking at a possibility where you just go for a Douglas, and Douglas kind of can solo all 4 units on the enemy field, unless you get a little bit unlucky right there.
Could be Douglas, could be Antares. Let's see what's gonna be. Could be Leica too, if he's feeling spicy. But let's see if Sarah's gonna go for the last pick. It's gonna be a Chow getting picked last right there. Is the Chow gonna be the hard carry for Sarah, or is the Chow gonna be the most underperforming thing that Seishizo will definitely hate for the longest time?
Well, I do think that Chow is actually in a good spot in this position, but I can see an option where Vanessa off element armor breaks it and Akroma just 2 hits it. That is definitely a possibility right there. But then again, I do think that the Chow is going to be banned in this matchup, but there's a lot of units on Sarah's draft that you have to be careful for.
Here we go, guys. The ban is going to be on the Chow and the Akroma. The respect was put on that Water Dragon Knight. So Sarah's going to go in with a lot of debuff against the Juno. So I'm not sure if that's going to be a crazy position to be at. But here we go, guys. Match number 2 between Sarah and Lordo. First turn for the Chandra, followed up by the Strip, followed up by a lot of control.
Yeah, let's see if you want to go for all of your skills right away, because if you use any skills right now, Gio will cut, and therefore it's a good choice to not go for any skills. Also, the Chandra being very fast and violent right there, taking up the this turn doesn't really mean anything right now. We actually have a stun on the Gio, which is a very crucial stun right there, because Gio could have still provided that suppression. But the big question right now is, can you let that pushback on the Juno, or do you even want to? Because that's so many debuffs on the Juno. Juno's gonna full HP everyone.
But even with the pushback, it is meaningless because you can only push back half the attack bar, which means she's gonna get the turn anyway. Increased cooldown time from the Vanessa onto Lamilia, so she doesn't have the skill 2 to follow up after the branding anymore. This is the moment where you want to do the damage, but oh my god! Increased cooldown time into a despair stun. Even if she Violent Pro out of this, she doesn't have the big AoE hit. So not looking too good for Sarah. The branding's going away very, very quickly.
Absolutely, and as we mentioned it last time, sure, most of the match was actually sitting on that Josephine. Juno, once again, is showing that she's here to stay. Double despair stun, and she's just doing so much work with healing all of those units. So Sarah has to be careful with those AoEs. But then again, if that Lamila takes a proper turn, if it goes off, that skill 2, that sacrifice, can do a lot of damage. But first you have to get rid of those shields.
Yeah, the shield and the branding being gone, that is barely gonna scratch the surface of Lotto team. I'm pretty sure they're all very tanky as well. And the more you delay the damage, the stronger RNG is gonna favor the team with a lot of despair stun over there, say. So as you can see, damage is not looking hot, and Lamilia is halfway dead.
Yeah, that stun suppressed. Everything is just landing on her. Everything is connecting. She tried to do the sacrifice skill. Normally it does do a lot of damage, but into shields she just has a lot of sacrifice damage into the shield. It's not doing that much. And we have Lorda doing a very good job of taking her down. We have some additional turns on the Chandra, but those additional turns are kind of meaningless if there's no armor break to hit on.
Pretty much. And with Lamilia, the true damage unit down, I think Lordo could auto the game and still win very comfortably at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just a simple combination of the Juno plus the Lucia into an Oliver. You have the pushbacks, but the pushbacks simply don't matter that much if you're fighting fire, and also your pushbacks are only half. Then again, you still have that Gyu on top of that. There's just so many strong passive units on the side of Lordo, which might also make me question, was Akroma actually the ban? Because sure, Akroma does have that silence, but at least it doesn't full heal your team the moment that you would land too many debuffs.
I think Akroma for every debuff player is literally the boogeyman, okay? It's just there. You know it's happening. You know the two-turn silence is going to throw onto your Chandra, onto your Oliver, and then you're stuck there doing absolutely nothing but hands on your face for like 20 turns in a row. And that's just Akroma, you know? And Lordo having the best time of his life, absolutely destroying Sarah, getting another W for Team Bologna.
Yeah, absolutely very well played. That first match, the Josephine just went off. That second match just doesn't really work out in that draft that way. Juno once again showed that it was too strong. And where the Angela was pre-banned in that second match, maybe the Juno should have been pre-banned looking at it. But then again, it's always very easy to say in hindsight.
Pretty much, but Angela with the shield is definitely going to be very bad for Lamilia either way. So I think Lordo playstyle and rune and setup is just perfectly counter to what Sarah was planning to play. I think that was the biggest problem, because you never know what the enemy has ready to go. Like if Lordo was just another non-passive player, then maybe Sarah has a better shot at doing a lot of damage. It's just that the way that Lordo play is the perfect answer to what Sarah was going to play.
Yeah, absolutely. It just worked out so well in his favor. And there we see another 2-0 going to be locking in. But we're also going into a very great match 3. We've been hyping up the man so far, Raigeki. But then again, he has to play against Jeff Paladao, who's definitely made a name for himself as well. So I'm very curious to see what the man can bring up against Raigeki.
Oh, I was making a mistake earlier. I thought Lotto was on Team Danny Karaoke. So Lotto actually brought back the balance to the team. So now it's I think it's equal for both sides in terms of points right there. So the third game is going to be the one that's going to break the balance. And let's see if Jeff Boladao is going to do it for Team Boladao.
Yeah, let's see, or Raigeki can do it for Team Raigeki. He's team captain, right? So, or wait, no, Cesas is team captain on his side, if I'm not mistaken. Not too
Yes,
sure.
he's as team captain. So, but Raigeki is one of the crowd favorite to win right now. Let's see if he's gonna do it. But the power of South America is behind Jeff Bolladao. So, and let's see if Raigeki can overcome that. Okay.
Yeah, definitely. Let's see about that. It's definitely curious to see what the two gentlemen will go for the playstyle based on the current balance match. Actually, we haven't seen, once again, not that much of the Windobara, and I think that's the unit we have been mentioning the most. Also, what's interesting to see, where in Europe we saw a lot of Shiho get into play, we haven't seen any Shihos getting into play here. Maybe we actually have been watching the European League and see that, oh, that unit wasn't connecting that well, so maybe we just shouldn't be using it altogether.
You never know, but here we go. Jeff Bolladao for the pre-ban against Raigeki. I think Raigeki worst pre-ban could be Ciara. He's that Ciara segment kind of guy, and that's going to be the segment pre-ban. Over there is going to be the Ethna pre-ban. First pick for Raigeki. Let's see what he's going to go for.
Yeah, he's definitely going to go for Ciara. And actually what you mentioned is very well placed as well. Because the moment that you would pre-ban Ciara, you pretty much guaranteed know that Raigeki would go for that Oliver. Because that fits the rest of his playstyle that much. Then you can go for the council that, no, actually Raigeki is completely going to switch things up. And is going to go for an Okeanos first pick.
Oh no. Okeanos first pick. And that might be a Josephine pick somewhere for Jeff Bolladao. It's going to be the Hey Gang and the Velajo. Raigeki has the Light Twin Angel, potentially rocking the best Swift set to counter the Hey Gang situation here. I'm not sure if he's going to use it.
Yeah, definitely interesting to see what that Okeanos is going to be following up. Hey Gang isn't really countering Okeanos that much because you simply have that reset landing. And it doesn't really matter, like if something takes a turn off key, it's even better. But we have that paired up with another fire unit of those Fire Twin Angels.
All right, Fire Twin Angel is going to be the one providing the cooldown support immunity for the team. Very solid choice for Raigeki. What is Jeff Bolladao going to do here? Seeing double fire, he's going to lock in a water unit with the Chandra, but he definitely needs some form of control right now. That looks like a cigar angle, but no, it's going to be a Jade for the cooldown support as well. That is like the defense scaling Fire Twin Angel.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting unit, an interesting interaction as well, because in the end, Jeff Bolladao's whole draft doesn't look like that much damage, but there's a lot of chip damage hidden everywhere. And he definitely does like to point out that he has the mustache. He has a great stash right there.
Exactly. That is the power, the gaming power for the Mustache is going to be absolutely insane for Jeff Bolladao. And Raigeki is going to lock in the Bover to deal with all that buff coming from Jeff. And we have Mi Ying being last pick as well. Mi Ying is like always there nowadays. Like, it doesn't matter you're stunning or not. I'm going to pick Mi Ying because that skill 1 random despair stun is going to give you so much value.
Absolutely, but then again, you're fighting a lot of immunity potential on your enemy side, and the amount of strips that Raigeki is showing right now might be difficult. And we actually see a Kashmir being locked in by Jeff Bolladao, so I am not sure if that's going to make it into the match. It is kind of a Daphnis type of unit, but is it going to be strong enough? Because I've seen some people play with it. Well, he's already showing off the muscles from Kashmir, but he's also kind of giving on his face like, I am not too sure if this is gonna work, but Raigeki ain't having any of it and is banning it out.
He's respecting the Kashmir. He will fight with the permanent immunity and defense buff coming from Jeff Bolladao. So can Raigeki, with bare minimum strip from the Bover skill 1, is going to be able to go through this thick shield defense buff situation coming from Jeff?
Well, then again, the Bolvik is very well placed, so you can't be stealing a lot of HP. Then again, you first have to go through the shield, and then the rest of the HP, or the rest of the damage you will actually take. But then again, I'm not sure if the Bolvik is going to be enough, because the Bolvik could be controlled. If the Bolvik ends up being stunned once or twice, Bolvik cannot go for the 3rd skill. That is going to be deadly for Raigeki, so let's see how that works out in this match.
Here we go, guys. Bover outspeeding the enemy team, doing massive damage immediately, dropping the Velajo health as quickly as possible. And Velajo will have to buff now without healing. And he needs to rely on the shield and the hug from the other 2 units to try and survive this amount of damage. So that will allow the Bover to maybe swap the target to destroying the Jade instead.
Absolutely. Also, no slow connected on that Bolvik, so the Bolvik is still at full speed. That's definitely something that Jeff Bolladao would have liked to see different. Big question right now, do you go for the attempt on the skill to the stun? Actually goes for the stun on the Sierra, which is definitely an interesting take right there, because the Sierra into full immunity wasn't going to do anything anyways.
I think because he know he's gonna get full immunity and there's no way that Raigeki is gonna bomb or defense break him, he wanna get value from the cooldown reduction with the skill 2 as well. So you're gonna get the skill 2 ready to go once again. But the Fire Twin Angel hitting through all the shield and the hug was almost enough to kill the Villager, but the Villager was a little bit tankier than he anticipated.
Absolutely, but we once again have that Bolfric moving very soon, and that Bolfric likes those 5 stacks that he's sitting on right now. And in the end, Jeff Bolladao hasn't been doing all too much damage to the enemy side yet. It's getting an additional turn, but then again, still not that much damage. Once again, additional turn is actually doing a little bit more damage over time, though.
And that stun from a Vile Chandra is always devastating to see because the chance of stun is so small that you kind of don't expect it from a Vile build Chandra anymore. But when it happens, it's like getting a 2-turn sleep from Wusa.
Absolutely, but then again, we have full HP being claimed. Gonna claim it from the Chandra, 24k. That's definitely full HP for that whole team. But then again, is that going to be enough? We still have the Miying sitting on a counter right there, but the counter is now shaken off as well.
So all the damage being done, but Jeff Bolladao is still not killing anything just yet because the heal from Bova is just too good. Sorry about that.
Let's see what this Miying can do. Miying, oh, that's by the sliver of health, killing this unit. Actually tried to get that hit on that Bolfric. Did connect a stun on the Bolfric. And that is what I mentioned. That is what you don't want to see, Bolfric being stunned.
And right now, Sierra's back on a very bad position. Chandra has the opportunity to finish off the Sierra here. Gonna go for the skill 3, allowing the Jade to take a turn for the Shout once again for cooldown reduction and cooldown and defense buff and shield. But Sierra's not gonna go down. But Heigang has the opportunity to bring that unit down though.
Ooh, the additional turn. The additional turn goes through the defense on the skill 3 with attack buff. Are you going to be taking out? There is still a shield. Can you actually get through that shield and still kill unit? Does nearly take out the Villager, but is 1 HP.
Once again, letting the enemy live with like one tiny bit of health, and that's gonna be the end of Raigeki Sierra. Even though he was ignoring all the shield, he could never finish off the enemy properly. Raigeki, a man just not being able to finish. Wait, what?
well, maybe there's still Miying on the field. There's still a potential to finish right there. So he didn't lose yet. There's still the Bolfric. If the Bolfric gets the stacks, once again, everything is on very low HP. But the defense are just working so well in the favor of Jeff Bolladao right now.
And now I think the next target is going to be the Fire Twin Angel because it's just getting squishier and squishier as time goes by, and all these protection for Jeff Bolladao is looking really good. This Bova, even though he's doing so much, but the teammate, I think the Bova is just not being properly treated by his teammate. The teammate cannot finish what he started, and that's only the Bova can only do so much. He can only leave them at low health, but he cannot finish them.
Yeah, absolutely. And the defense, there's 2 defense over here. Also, that armor break sitting on that Bolfric right now might be a potential to try to be looking at taking it out. And there's just so much juggling between units. Oh, okay, we do have a good turn from the Bolfric right now. If you landed on one of the units being low HP, you're not going to be healing yourself as much. So it's going to go for 5k. So that's also a small heal on yourself. So I think we're going to say goodbye to this Bolfric very soon.
All right, Bova is going to go down here. And the one finishing is actually Jeff Bolladao because there's no shield that he need to care about. Big healing from the Villager on the Chandra. Big Vial as well. And there's no damage coming out from the Fire Twin to finish off this Chandra. The only one that can do that is going to be the Miying right here.
Miying against the roll. I have seen crazier things. I still see an option where Miying at some point gets the right skills in, does it at the right moment, and still being able to solo things. But the big issue is there is that strip from the Hey Gang, and we're looking forward to seeing that strip right at the right moment where he does go for that skill too.
All right, Miying, the last man or the last bear standing, but is he the Dragon Warrior? We shall see. 3 enemy with fat shield, defense buff, and stun. Like 2 different ways to stun as well. Defense threat coming out. There's nothing that Miying can do. He is not the Kung Fu Panda in this movie, unfortunately. Miying's about to go down, and GG, Jeff's gonna take the game 1.
Yeah, definitely a very interesting draft by Jeff Baladao, where it did look like at first, like, oh, there's not going to be too much damage. You have to deal with the Balfric, but the moment you had one stun on that Balfric and so many cycling of turns, it's gonna happen at some point. It just did so well.
Man, if only the damage from the Fire Twin Angel was just a tad bit higher, Raigeki could have finished one of Jeff Baladao unit, but he just couldn't. He kept teasing us with the damage, but could never kill.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's also the thing with the Felajul. It doesn't heal that much, but just a little bit of GP healing to keep it above 1 HP just made it very difficult to actually go for other targets. And that's where Raigeki at some point decides like, oh, I'm going to be healing off that 5k HP from the Chandra, but that just left him with way too little HP.
Yeah, I think Raigeki needs to stop dancing around with these like counterplying like Boverk, but he needs to start going with some AoE strip potentially. So just get rid of the immunity immediately and just control them from game one, from turn one.
Yeah, let's see. This time around, it is actually having the Sierra pre-ban that you did mention in the previous round. Also, the Heigang is being banned right now. So let's see what Raigeki goes for. Actually goes for a very fast lock-in of that Moor and that Ethna.
Yeah, that is being an aggressive man, and I like a man that is aggressive. So Jeff Baladao, let's see what's going to be the answer to this. It's going to be a lot of passive, very Brazilian way. Because you see Brazilian flag, you half expect a Ragdoll to come out. And I would say Eleanor is still going to be absolutely annoying for anyone that's trying to take turn one.
Absolutely, that's going to be a very good unit to counter that Athena. Also, that Vert already being locked in. There's two very good counters to an early Athena. So let's see what Raigeki can recover. When in doubt, just smacking the LD. That works very well most of the time. So let's see if Miying can do enough. However, well, there is a stun potential from that Twin Angels that is drafted in that first slot. But is it going to be enough? Also, Vert is definitely a strong unit into all of those buffs that the pony will bring.
And here we go. We got the mouse trying to take down the buff and the immunity coming out from Jeff Baladao. We have a Leo to counter the mouse damage. We have a monkey to counter everything Raigeki is trying to offer. So that monkey is very well drafted at the end, because if you have to ban the Leo, then the monkey is going to show you his big wang for sure.
Absolutely, and I'm not too sure about this Felajul pick over here, because everything that you have to focus is still gonna go into that monkey, and it's gonna take you a very long time before you can actually get rid of that monkey altogether. So maybe something towards a snipe, which is definitely dangerous with a light pony on the field. Actually, the Felajul is respected, so it's taken off the field as well. But yeah, all eyes are on that monkey. How long can it survive, or does it die to a something like a Miles?
All right, boys, here we go. AoE coming out, which means Bird and Monkey's ready to play. That's going to be bad, real bad for Raigeki if the monkeys start working.
Well, actually, the things that aren't working are the Atna and the Miles, but there's so much damage from those two units that the Twin Angels just disappeared. Apparently, it was a violent Twin Angels by the looks of it, because it was not that fast and the Moor did outspeed it.
And it wasn't that tanky as well. It took the hit for the team, but now Jeff will start to play the video game, and that is a very, very tough game for Raigeki. He got the first kill, but now they're all sleeping.
They're all sleeping, but the big question is Miying. The moment that you stun the Miying on the skill one of the Xingzi, it's gonna happen at some point. But then again, Xingzi is first doing so much work on the other units, stunning everything on the side, and Miying is just waiting for its own turns. If we get an additional turn, no armor break connected in the first place.
Dude, that stick from the monkey is sticking into every Raigeki unit, and there's nothing they can do. The moment he moves, stun. He moves, stun. It's just so much for Raigeki to handle. Even with Miying, who is soft counter to stun, at the end of the day, he's probably going to get stunned as well by this monkey here.
Absolutely. It's also the thing with the light pony. It is at the point where it is in the human form. Also, it's just like the monkey ain't stunning you, the pony is stunning you. It's just going back and forth by this point. Can you force a stun right now? I actually like that idea, forcing the stun, but then again, you are open to a stun right now as well. Jeff Baladao actually did not take that option to go for a stun on the Miying right there.
Oh, that's a bad place to be for Miying. There's stun coming right up from the monkey right there. If the monkey managed to stun the Miying, it might be over. Here we go. He's risking it. He's going straight for it. He needs to stop the Miying from moving. He's gonna stick the skill one. He landed the stun, but the Miying get a beautiful violent proc to finish off the horse. Oh, and he gets stunned by the monkey.
The monkey is doing so much work. The being is really trying his best to get back into this match, but this monkey is just, nope, nope, nope. You want to take it there? Nope, ain't gonna happen, not today.
Oh my god, oh my god, this monkey, he's showing the world that he's the better animal in this zoo. And he's going straight into the mouth, sticking it right to his face with a big ass stun once again. Oh no, that's over. The monkey, man. I told you, the monkey. Ooh.
That is the best monkey I've ever seen in the history of the game. Let's call it that much. That monkey was doing so much work. Stunning every time, stunning at the right time. I did like the idea of Raigeki trying to force in the stun to get that heal in from that pony. But then again, everything just connected on the side of Jeff Baladao. There were so many stuns. It was a good stunner right there.
Yeah, that's just so much stun. As Seishiro would say, the monkey business was too much for Raigeki to handle.
Absolutely, that was a lot of monkey business, but we're used to monkey business from the fire monkey, beating water units. But in this case, it's like, oh, you have a good counter against stuns? Doesn't matter, another stun.
Just stun after stun after stun. The worst stun to get is the stun from the monkey because you are being stunned at 0 attack bar. So there's such a hard way to recover from that, and there's nothing you can do.
Yeah, actually, where Raigeki started off like really fast, killing off that twin Aegis that looked super squishy. That was like, oh wow, he's sitting in a comfortable position, 3 against 4. But not with this monkey, not with this bird, and definitely not with this Eleanor on the field.
that Eleanor provoke was on point too. It's not even 100% activation from that skill. And the moment you have to hit Eleanor, you're risking being stunned by 2 different units. One for the monkey, one for the horse itself. So that was just really rough.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the Eleanor skill 2 is at like an 80 rate, and the skill 1 that was also stunning most of the time, it's about a 50. So it's definitely not a consistent stunner, supposedly. But then again, in the hands of Jeff Baladao, it was very much stunning all the time.
And now Team Blue is back in it again with a big lead. For this round, we're only seeing 2-0. It is so dominating that the other losing team cannot get a single point out of these matches. So let's see if Team Blue is going to be able to keep it up, or is Team Red going to get another 2-0 to bring back the balance?
Yeah, let's see if I can go back all the way back and forth 2-0s. And we switch it around back and forth, because then the final match is going to be the deciding match. Who is going to take that final, either 2-0 or 2-1? But let's see what happens. It's definitely very cool matches to see.
Yeah, and I thought Aya was going to be the one to show up to counter AoE, but it was always Monkey. So Monkey has been showing up today in so many matches to dominate the field with the revenge stun.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really one of those units that you feel like if your enemy has this, like, oh, I can't hit anything else because I'm gonna get stunned. And then you draft it on your side. I'm like, wait, Monkey, do something, please. You're there on the field. You're sleeping. Wait, you're not slept yet. You're not stunned. Please do something. It's like, okay, never mind. I'll leave this battle myself.
Exactly. It's the kind of unit that it never works all the time, but when it works, it's just so tilting, especially for the enemy, because you get stunned by that, you get mental damage instead of just getting stunned. It's not that simple.
Yeah, that's the point where your hand applies velocity on your phone, and your phone goes from point A to point B really fast, and you're like, I have no clue how that happened.
Exactly. Now we got Panda-like and Gap. Let's see what is gonna be the pre-ban here. We have vertical black and white, and then we have horizontal black and white right there on the 2 opposite side.
And we also have some dark units being banned out right there with the Gianna and the Zeratul. 2 very respected units in current meta. Absolutely 2 of the strongest units out there right now.
Gap getting the first play. This is the Brazilian Open Cup right now between these 2 players. So what is going to be the first pick from Gap here? Is it going to be Vanessa in the passive meta, or is it going to be the good old Oliver?
Good old Oliver, Twin Angels. There's a lot of options these days. It's actually interesting to see right now. Back in the days, it was always like, oh, these are the 2 options for first pick, or maybe 3 options. Whereas right now, I think we have like 6, 7, or maybe even 8 options for first pick. And they're all pretty viable, so it's cool to see. Let's see if Gap also goes for the double up on the Twin Angels. Are we going to add a Fire Twin Angels to this draft? Maybe a Sakmet?
It could be a fire twin angel, and then it could be an Ethna, potentially. It is going to be a fire twin angel, but it's
Douglas Antares actually really good into Panda Light right now because there's no one to kill Douglas, and there's no real way to stun the Antares as well beside the suitcase. But then if you miss, you're done for.
Absolutely, but I was thinking about exactly those two units because all of the units on the side of Bandalik are taking a lot of turns, but are those turns really impactful? And would have been a good setup for that Douglas to maybe right away take out an Oliver.
Pretty much, but I don't think he cared too much about Oliver at the end game because they are all food to Douglas anyway. I think the most important thing is probably trying to find a way to kill Irene and then he can press auto.
Yeah, it's definitely a way to kill the Irene, but the moment that you do a lot of damage elsewhere, which he's kind of doing right now, at least the Raccoon is never cleansing that Irene, and then you can keep the suppression on the Irene. If you get rid of at least 1 or 2 units, I think you're looking at a very favorable match right there. We do have the threat save on the third. Despair stuff.
Oh
no,
my god!
Champi, that's on you. That is 100% on you.
I'm just kidding! I was just kidding! Oh my god, that is bad.
That is a nasty one right there. I think in the end, I think Douglas is still gonna have a great match. The only thing that Pandalik can do is try to get 2 hits into that Douglas and try to make it work from there. And I think we're gonna look at a very slow match because everything that is taking a lot of turns is really not doing that much damage. The only actual damage dealer here is the Irene back and the Douglas. But it's gonna take ages for those to actually activate.
Oh, this defense break might be pretty soul crushing, but Sofagio is not doing the defense break that she was supposed to be doing. So Gap cannot really find the gap to put the damage in because he's just missing the defense break overall.
Yeah, absolutely. Are we going to go for AoE stuns right now? Do we connect it on that Irene? That's going to be the high value target to connect stuns on. We actually decide to go for an armor break with an armor break setup right there. Going to be taking out that Verdehill with a 24k smack from that Douglas.
Oh no, I think that might be over without a Verd. There's so much less cooldown reduction for the Irene right there. So if she misses again, this might be over.
Once again, she's going for the back on units that I don't think matter all too much. Like, sure, you take away a unit and you have more freedom on the other units, but does it really matter if you don't doing proper damage to the Douglas? Because in the end, we all know you're gonna lose that 1v1 against the Douglas.
Pretty much, Raccoon and Oliver will never win the Douglas any day of the week. I think even with like 50% attack up and HP down, it is still a very hard game because one hit from Douglas, back to full health immediately.
Absolutely. I have seen Oliver 1v1 a Douglas way in the past, but then we're talking about an Oliver that's still at scaling on that skill 3 crit rate and then getting 2 random crits in and then taking it out. But that is not the Oliver we see nowadays. Nowadays we see tanky Olivers, and tanky Olivers are just gonna glance on the enemy and just take a lot of damage themselves.
Pretty much, and it's gonna be so long before Irene can actually do the skill again. And the longer the match is, the higher damage Fire to an Angel and Douglas is gonna get, and one punch from Douglas, that rat's gonna go bye-bye.
At some point,
it is happening right here.
Do we get the armor break? Do we connect the armor break, and we're gonna get next turn from the Douglas? Yeah, that's bye-bye to the red. We even get a stun to add to it. Once again, yep, he already knows from this point on. It's like, okay, I can let it sit here for another 2 minutes. Well, we all know that the Douglas was very well drafted in here.
All right, Gap is keeping blue team lead up. Vandalite is not doing it for the red team right here. Let's see what is going to be the pre-ban. We didn't see any LD5 coming out from both team, I would say. So maybe they are both ruined for Special League as we are looking at the draft right here.
Yeah, definitely interesting to see where the pre-bans are still heavily on the LDs, but then what we see in the actual match might be the scenario from the Special League. Everyone is still kind of ruined up for that Special League and is actually drafting Special League kind of style in here right there as well.
So the pre-ban might have to shift to like Fire Twin and I don't know, Irene pre-ban. That could be the pretty solid pre-ban for both teams.
Absolutely. Irene has been showing a lot of work, but then again, that Douglas was just so well placed. We actually see an Oliver being pre-bet and we see a Vivachel being pre-bet on the other side. Bandalik still respecting those LDs that Gap might be playing, but let's see what he goes for first pick this time around.
No more Oliver. What is Penalite going to go for? It's going to be the Water Twin Angel, one of the most popular water unit right now in the meta, providing utility that cannot be comprehensible to a casual player. I feel like if you're not like a dedicated RTA player and you play these Twin Angel, half the time you'll be reading skill and like fumbling on what skill you actually need to press on and lose the match.
Yeah, it's definitely something. The first time I was playing Twin Angels, you have to select 2 skills, especially if you think like, oh wait, that first skill I want to do different. You can still go back, but that's where the timer feels like a lot faster than the timer normally goes. Absolutely liking this Gianna draft right there, because Gap's first 2 units don't counter Gianna at all. Definitely an option for Heigang, but if you go for Heigang right now, Gap might be very low on damage.
So maybe Gap might be going for some good old passive playstyle. It could be some Juno Aya gaming going on here with Gap.
I definitely like the idea of an Aya in this position. I definitely do think it's one of the better places, but let's see if he goes for it. Does wait all the way to the end. We have the Juno, but not an Aya. We have a Sierra.
So we're still locked in a speed lead, trying to potentially force the Panalike to go for another speed lead, because if you ban out the Water Twin Angel and Gap has a Swift unit, that segment might be useless.
Yeah, absolutely. But like you mentioned it, I definitely did like an eye in this position. He could maybe still be saving it for the 5th, first checking out Pandalix slot 4 and slot 5. Definitely also taking his time for those picks right here. Also, speed contesting. No one is wants to take second turn here, but is this a position that you could still go for an Aya if you ban out the Miles?
I would definitely go for that, because you know the biggest value from Segment and Gianna are those AoE attack, right? So I think Aya can still be something of a value here. Definitely going to be very annoying for Panalike to deal with. But I think it's probably going to go for some strong water, maybe a Chow, ban out the mouse. It's going to be it's going to be a Max Rez Veramos Brazilian style right there.
That's definitely going to be an interesting one, because in the end, you have the Gianna stun, probably banned. You have the Mayo stun, but is it going to connect on 100 res? Same thing for that Water Twin Angels. There's a lot of stun potential, which is really good into Veramos. Or is he just going to remove it altogether? But then again, I think you have to be more scared for that Juno, maybe.
What is going to be the ban, though? We shall see. I think it's still going to be a mouse ban. It's going to be a Veramos ban, because Panalike is scared of that Veramos getting a simple violent proc and deleting the existence of Segmet and Gianna on the field.
It is interesting to see that Gianna actually made it all the way to the field over here. Sure, the Juno is a good counter to it, but right now it's the only counter to it. So I think that if Gianna connects all her skills, nothing procs out. We're going to have a good match for a Gianna owner right here.
Maybe, but then also Panalike locking that Vanessa is kind of sus to me, because now he has a lot of turn 1 presence, but not a lot of follow-up. So if Gap managed to survive out of raw rune quality and get a simple proc here and there, he could turn the game immediately on Panalike.
Also, definitely interesting style to see where we have a Twin Angels move in front of a Segment. So that Segment is either violent, and the Gianna is doing perfect work right there. It's like, oh, you don't want me to stun this one? Let me do that for you.
Amazing. That's where the balance patch came in. Oh, but here's the first proc we mentioned about out of stun, because Panalike has no real follow-up to keep the stun going for longer, which means immunity is going to go up, damage going to go up. Oh, did not manage to increase the cooldown time of the Water Twin Angel, though.
Yeah, didn't do anything all too much. We can increase the cooldown on either the Segment or that Gianna, but where do you want to get your skills off first? Also, I think that was probably a timeout, because I'm pretty sure you don't want to go for an S2 at that position.
It is one of those moments where you have to you just click, and then you didn't realize you clicked skill 2 because there's so many skills to click. But Sierra's gonna go down, and Gap is not doing a whole lot of damage, and Irene is being hard countered by the Segment, and that's pretty much one of the only way to counter Irene, is just to outspeed and reset his skill.
But also that Segment did already show a violent proc, so a violent Segment is actually going to be very interesting in this matchup. Normally you want to have a swift Segment to outspeed the enemy, but he was outspeeding regardless, so a violent Segment does a way better job of resetting the Irene time and time again. So the only question is, can you get rid of this Juno? But I definitely do think he can, with just additional damage and a little bit of chip from that Vanessa later on.
All right, let's see if that's true, because Vile Segment might be the worst thing against Juno. Keep pumping more healing into the Juno is definitely not going to be a good idea. And Irene, with enough proc, might actually get the skill 3 back And now he's forced to hit the Juno, which is kind of bad.
Yeah, it's kind of bad, but then again, if the segment does proc into a Juno, it's just multiple times skill 1, so it's not really adding another debuff to it. Plus, if you proc, the skill 3 is good damage on a Juno as well, so I definitely do think that Vandalek has this one in the back.
Also, it's kind of funny that if you put the reflect debuff onto the Juno, you don't get the value of the Juno anymore because there's no debuff going to be on the Juno.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point. Like, where you first think, like, oh, Juno, that's good for the threat state. Then, like, wait, the reflect, that's not going to do anything right there.
Now we're reaching the end game, which means Juno's going to be doing the hard carry because everyone else dying. Unfortunately for Gap, enemy has healing and Shio coming out from the Water Twin Angel. So it's going to be the second game for Pandalite. Got to whip out the Gianna to win this one.
Yeah, the Gianna definitely did work out very well, but it's also one of those drafts you want to be countering that Gianna, and the Sierra was simply not doing that. The Juno surely did, but then that Sierra was kind of in an off position where it's like, okay, I'm probably gonna get Gianna because I haven't seen all of the draft picks on the enemy side yet, and I probably have to be starting to ban one of those as well.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the Sierra right there. Kind of asking to be stunned and controlled in the very first game. We have the Gianna pre-ban. We have the Zera2 pre-ban. First pick for Gap. He's probably going to go back to the Twin Angel setup right here.
Yeah, Twin Angel Oliver, that one is also available right now. Let's see what he would like to go for the first pick. Twin Angels it is. Other side, do we still go for the Oliver? We actually go for Steel on the 5 Twin Angels, and we're going to lock in that Irene.
So what is Gap going to do without the 5 Twin Angel here? Can he still counter the Irene? Because there's no more Douglas Antares angle here because of the 5 Twin Angel being able to crush that 2 unit. So Gap, what are you going to go for? Is it going to be a segment?
Yeah, segment definitely looks like a strong option. Also, these players haven't been using any Okeanos, where I would say, well, Okeanos, you ask and you shall receive.
Exactly, with AoE strip as well, but now no high base speed unit. Pandalite has the angle to go for speed lead high base speed here to counter the first 3 coming out from Gap.
Yeah, let's see. Ooh, he actually has a Pader. I was thinking about something along the lines of a Hey Gang, but what is a Pader Hey Gang? It is that Pader. So let's see if he also wants to pair that with the Hey Gang, because if he pairs the both of them, he does kind of end up in a situation where he doesn't have all too much damage, whereas the Juno adds in a little bit more chip damage.
So now I think Pandalite team is looking really good against Gap here. Gap definitely needs to be drafting some water raw damage. So maybe a Chow Mouse last 2, or maybe a Chow Mouse, a Bellio sort of situation here coming out from Gap.
We go for the Chow and we go exactly for that Miles. Also, other options I was thinking of, Sonya, could you maybe make a 1-for-1 trade and then bruiser it out later? But I'm definitely liking the Chow and the Miles. However, I would have actually rather seen a Chow plus a Camilla, because both of those 2 units would also heal one another and then do very good.
All right, so the Leo is going to be the counterplay for the last 2 water, but a little bit late. So Leo is going to ban out. I think Pandalite is probably going to ban out the Mouse and let the Chow stay, because Chow is kind of fake sometimes. Maybe.
Well, the big issue is that I think the Chow in this position does actually feel pretty good. There's no armor breaks for the Chow. It could die to additional damage artifacts, but that is pretty much the only way. So I would say that the Chow is going to be dangerous. But then again, Miles does the same thing, but on higher speed. It just doesn't have the self-healing.
All right, so he chooses to fight the bigger damage and take away the healing thing coming out from Chow. So he want to win this game fast, because if you don't and the Mouse start proccing, there's really no way for Pandalite to come back, because the healing from Pader is not exactly amazing.
No, definitely not. So big question are pretty much Okeanos, can you land your skill? Irene, can you land your skill?
Here we go, guys. First turn for this Vio unit that outspeed your entire team very comfortably while getting extra violent on top of it. So Irene is out of the battle for now. And let's see if he's gonna go. He's gonna go for the Fire Twin Angel, and more damage coming out from Gap, because his entire team is going first turn.
Yeah, it definitely does also look like an Irene that is on violent, so it could still have the potential for a violent turn over here. Big question is Okeanos skill 2. Where are you gonna go for? Because it could go on the Pader, it could also go on any of the other units.
I think he's probably gonna go onto the Pater. He doesn't really care too much about immunity, I think, because he got another strip coming out. Oh, he goes straight for the Fire Twin Angel. He want to get rid of that unit immediately.
Yeah, definitely interesting to see. It can be cleansed off in this position, but the moment you cleanse it off, we still have the Wind Twin Angel sitting on that third skill, so it can be stripped at a later moment. He does know it and therefore decides to just go for a skill 2.
Big stun onto the Okeanos, but that would not stop the Fire Twin Angel from dying to this back-to-back violent proc. Panda Light is shocked out of his mind with the violent proc coming from Miles right there. Not looking so good for his team because he's being absolutely controlled.
Absolutely controlled, but can the Irene do something? No, Panda Leg is like, nope, it ain't gonna happen today. Today was not my day, and it's not happening. He does get an additional turn right there, but this is one of those additional turns like, yeah, I don't really need it at this moment. I needed something else. I needed the Irene to connect.
And we got a speed bump Mouse as well, so that's gonna be pumping 10k per turn. And nothing is really bringing him down fast enough so that he could stop doing this crazy amount of damage onto Panda-like team.
Absolutely. So all eyes are on the Juno. She did already use her third skill, but the second skill. Does she get it back fast enough? Can she get stuns? Is trying to connect those stuns, but did not connect those stuns. Once again, 10k additional turn. Panda Lick's reaction to it is just like, yep. So, sometimes it's one of those days, and today is one of those days.
So crazy how this Vile unit is lapping your team, doing massive damage every single turn, and impossible to take down because he can be built like an absolute truck. It is what it is. Okeano's gonna finish off the Juno, the other two unit being stunned, mouth pumping still big damage on the rest of the enemy team, and there's nothing that Penalite can do besides laughing about the procs, just like the rest of us.
Yeah, absolutely. And you had that one moment to control that Miles. That one moment for the Irene, and Irene was like, nah, I'll just take the attack bar and call it a day. Well, that was not that great.
And that is GG. Gap is going to take one more win for the blue team. Team Boladao is, I think, looking really, really good today. Getting so many wins in a row.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's still that final match to be played for to extend that lead even more. But so far, they're definitely sitting at a comfortable position with getting 2 points in this matchup.
Congratulations to Gap for getting another 2-0. Absolutely crazy with the mouse, proccing a lot of violence, doing massive damage, combining with the speed buff of the Wind Twin Angel, just being a dominant force in that game right there. I wonder if Chow was on the team. Would Chow do the same thing? Maybe.
Probably not.
Probably not.
Like, in hindsight, the speed buff was so good for the Miles that you should always having to, like, I didn't notice it in the draft as well, like how crucial the speed buff was for the Miles. But in the end, it was just simply there and it worked out very well. So yeah, I think if I see a combination of a Water Twin Angels in combination with the Miles, I'm gonna be like, I gotta be removing one of those two because they are too strong together.
And now we'll be checking out the highlight. And the first game was just hard carry by the Douglas. Douglas was going to win the game at the end of the day. And now we have a pretty out-drafted. Oh, never mind. Let's go to the mouse and seeing how crazy the mouse can be. Absolutely crushing the enemy team.
Yeah, just taking off. But also those reaction of Panda, like it's just, I love having those cameras in there. Those, I would say that the reactions of Panda Lick are better than anything that we have seen like the Miles do all together.
And GG. Now we're gonna go to game 5. That was the first real best of 3 right there for the second half of the round. And let's see if Soul Hunter can hunt the soul of ex-SWC NA representative Zazas, who actually made it to the World Final as well. So that is a heavyweight opponent.
Absolutely, but then I also did spy that Soul's Hunter is currently ranked like somewhere in the top 50 as well. So he's definitely making a name for himself. Wouldn't be surprised if we see him in America's Cup later on as well, because the man has been playing very well. But to be honest, I just saw his name high up there. I have no clue what he's actually playing.
All right, let me make a wild guess, okay? He might have a Ragdoll. He might have a Laura. He might have a Mi Ying as well. You never know what's going to happen. But hey, he might also be runing for especially like Gap and just rock normal unit for the entire draft.
Yeah, it's actually very interesting to see because of the special. Like we see so many more normal units in the draft. Normally, it's at least 2 LDs per draft, more or less, like on average. This time around, it's like 0.5 amount of LDs in the draft.
But if you think about it, some unit like mons are just like LD, but it's blue, but it's actually LD5.
Yeah, he doesn't care about the elements. There's a few of those units. Also, I would say the Fire Twin Angels. In all honesty, most of the skills they don't care anything about elements. And there's a few units like that, so it does work out for being non-elemental that way, yeah.
Here we go, guys. The final game today between Zazas and Soul Hunter. Can Zazas, the team captain, bring a little points back home for the team before the day ends? And that's going to be very, very important for Zazas. So all the pressure is on him right now.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's see what he can bring. We actually have a rank 29 against a rank 30. So that is a very close call between the two players. So definitely spotting Soul Hunter also being very high in the leaderboard right now.
It's kind of funny how in the left corner of Soul Hunter, there's a black thing. Looks like Zazas and Soul Hunter are playing in the same room next to one another.
It kind of has the same background, yeah. It kind of does look that way. But for the pre-bans, we actually have a Tion Leng being pre-banned. On the other side, we have the Twin Angels being pre-banned. Zazas has that first pick. Does he like to go for Chandra? I think he was mainly playing that. He actually goes for an Oliver this time around.
Let's see what Soul Hunters decide to go for. We don't have the Water Twin Angel anymore. We might be locking in a Chandra segment angle, or it's going to be a segment, but is it going to be a Chandra, or is it going to be something that will blow us away?
Well, I definitely do think we're going towards those speed leads. You could go for an early Geo as well, but I would definitely recommend to go for a speed lead. And there you have a speed lead. It's a little bit different, but then Zazas is very fast to lock in with that Draconi and the Miles. He has seen those units. He has prepared for it.
I'm not sure the Miles Kuni Oliver angle though. I don't think it did really well today, even though the Miles did really well, but it's more like a last pick counterplay vibe and not the Oliver Miles Rakuni kind of vibe.
Yeah, let's see how that works out right now. Soul Hunter is also switching up a little bit, going more turn 2 style with that Angela. Is he gonna lock in another passive unit? Well, it is a passive unit, but it's not that much turn 2. Zazas being very fast to showing a Chow. But is a Chow that great in this matchup? I feel like that this is one of those matchups where Chow is like, it might do good, but most likely it's not gonna be as great, but it might.
Bro, I think Chow against Angela at the end game, Angela might just win a 1v1 against Chow pretty much. But no defense break. Oh, there's the defense break right there, but not really that crazy. But actually really good against Soul Hunter. Triple AoE unit right there with the Minato. So that actually is a pretty good pick. And that last pick win unit, I don't think is ever going to make it through. So Zaza's team, if Minato stay, is looking very bad for Soul Hunter.
I definitely do think that we get a Zenitsu ban and we get a Minato ban, because those two are just very crucial to one another's draft. And then it's going to be the big question, can the Miles, Draconi, Chow do enough, or is the team of Soul Hunter going to be strong enough? They're definitely taking their time for this ban, where I think the ban is pretty obvious, and yet they do go for the obvious ban.
All right, segment is all you, baby. It's all segment. If she misses, Soul Hunter is gonna be gone for a long time.
Absolutely. Can you land? Does actually fully connect. Miles, do you connect? Does also fully connect. So let's see where the damage is gonna go for, because now we're definitely gonna go into more of a brute fight. We have the Draconi additional turn, definitely an additional turn you did not care too much for. Good amount of damage, but the big question is that Chow going to move in front? No, it's not gonna move in front. We have the Angela moving first.
And right now, big damage from Chow. Barely anything onto that light Gojo right there, because no one has died yet, so the skill 2 is not doing too good. And now the revenge damage coming out from the light Gojo is looking really good on that Rakuni right there. So Rakuni cleanse the defense break, very important. But the shield coming out from Angela is going to protect this Gojo for quite a long time right there. And another Violent Block Gojo back to almost full health. And there's nothing that Zazas can do to break the shield. Even the damage through the shield is not looking very good as well.
Yeah, this is definitely one of those positions where the Chow feels like, oh, Chow could do a good solo, but getting to the point where he performs the solo, that's going to be the hard part. However, Rakuni is still alive. If that Rakuni starts taking extra turns right now, because it's not killed, we have the rabbit skill on itself, and it's just going to be a little bit more healing. In the meantime, Angela's trying to do the same thing, but We're actually having a lot of additional turns back and forth. Also, Oliver is getting close to getting his skills back though. But Segment has something to say about it.
Man, I feel like he could have boosted Miles and finished off the Gojo entirely. But he kind of let the Gojo live. He was confident that he's going to finish the Gojo. Can he do it though? Oh, he will finish off the Gojo with the dot. But I think Zeza's team is still in a bit of trouble here because the damage from this Moor is also doing pretty well.
Yeah, the damage from the Moor is absolutely doing well, but then again, there's no connected kill on the side of Souls Hunter just yet, so he still has to be working for that first kill. Rakuni is not going to be removing that stun as of just yet, but you can be boosting up that Miles. No, it's actually going to go for more healing. But you have a skill too, so much damage, but damage, armor breaks, not that many armor breaks, but it connected on the Rakuni, taking out that Rakuni 3 against 3.
Oh, it will soon be 2 against 3 though. Not looking so good for Zezas right there. He doesn't have the Oliver big skill yet. He's giving the attack buff to the Moor. He was taking the attack buff away from the Moor, but could not try to stun it. And now Chao's going in hard. Big damage! Chao's actually going to take away the biggest damage dealer from Souls Hunter team. Now Souls Hunter's going to be left with the Angela segment situation. And I saw this moment happen. I'm not sure if Angela can beat Chao, but I'm pretty sure Chao's going to have a very hard time against this Angela.
Yeah, let's see how that works out. We make quick work of that segment though, but just by the sliver of health, doesn't take it out. And he probably has to take 2 more hits to actually kill right now. Does actually connect the armor break, that's a good amount of damage. Does not kill it in this hit, and also the dot does not take it out. Justice is also taking away by that skill right now. Can you kill it on this hit? Does get another crit, does get another dot. Dot still does not connect the kill. We got looking at 40-40. This case, the Justice is there, so we'll definitely take out this unit. But we're gonna have that 1v1 of an Angela against the Chao.
He's dying to his own damage a little bit though, but because he's not critting the Angela with a skill 1, he's not doing enough damage to hurt himself. So it's gonna be 2 self-healing, 2 self-cleansing damage dealer, but one side is hurting the enemy by using their own damage.
Yeah, it's definitely very interesting. Did get a good crit on that Justice just there, but that's the only real damage potential we have. We're looking at 50-50 right now. We're definitely not going to go into draw. At some point, supports even start dealing enough damage. There is the big question. Justice for the crit. We're not getting Justice just now. Justice will be up in this turn. Can we connect the crit? Does not connect the crit. Gets the additional turn. Does connect the crit over there, but not enough damage. There's just so much healing. Justice, can we crit? Still no crit. Still an additional turn. There's not much going on between these 2 units besides just absolutely healing themselves. But we have more healing going on the Chao, so slowly taking out this Angela. And this Justice will connect. Doesn't connect, doesn't kill just yet. But yeah, in the end, we do now know that the Chao has more healing than an Angela does.
Dude, I thought Eminem was on the call for a moment right there, but this is not looking to end. Like, trying to crit at the right moment and not crit at the right moment, but being able to hit through the shield managed to win the game for Chao at the end of the day. I thought there was a moment Chao was about to die to the Angela crit, but unfortunately for Angela, the damage for Angela is just too small to kill the Chao.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, if you have some add damage by HP, you might get away with it, but the Chao healing was just simply too much. And they were both on the same speeds, or maybe the Chao was even slightly faster. And that is the big difference where, yeah, you're just simply not doing enough damage.
I think if Chao crit a bit more when there was shield, he would die. But the Chao crit at the right moment to kill the Angela through the shield, so that was very important.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the point of the Justice. The Justice just goes straight through the shield. If you crit those, then you take a lot of damage right there.
Exactly. Now we're going to the second game. Can Zeza secure a win against Souls Hunter? Or will Soul Hunter find a way to bring it back for blue team? Oh, half the meta is gone in the pre-ban. I like that.
Absolutely. That's always good to see. We still have the Water Twin Angels being picked up right now, potentially. Could go for a Chandra, but those are most likely the first picks that we're seeing throughout. Yep, there we have the Twin Angels. Other side, do we go for the Chandra?
It might be a Chandra. It is going to be Chandra Heigang coming out from Zezad's double water immediately. And now the Mao's going to be on Souls Hunter team. He's going to go with Rakuni as well. He switched from AoE to single target because he's dealing with Heigang. And over there we got the Vela Jewel. We got the Wind Zenitsu to replace the good old Cigar in the trio, being a very strong wind unit nowadays with big damage and stun.
Absolutely. On the other side, we have the Fire Twin Angels, which does have a skill that can take out that Zenitsu right away. Normally, you would like to use a segment for a reset or something like that. In this case, it ain't there, but a Twin Angels works very well, and we're definitely going to be looking at a passive healing match altogether right now. I don't think that this is the position where you could go for Chao again, but a Bolfric definitely seems very strong.
Yep, Bo is definitely going to be one of the bigger counter for Angela, getting some free value from all that buff from Angela right there. So I think it's going to be a Bover ban. It's going to be a Fire Twin Angel ban right there. Oh, it's going to be a Chao once again. But we saw the Chao could beat Angela. So I think that is going to be a very good last pick right there. Now I have no doubt whether Chao can beat Angela or not because we saw that match. So I think it might have to be a Chao ban. It's going to be a Fire Twin Angel ban. And this Win Zenitsu is going to tear things up with a good violent proc.
Absolutely, but then again, it is a little bit of a different matchup where you have a Miles potentially taking out the Chao very early. So, but then again, is that Miles going to be banned or is that Fire Twin Angel going to be banned?
Oh, it's going to be a Chao ban, it's going to be a Miles ban. Zayza's risking the Zenitsu being killed by the Twin Angel because Twin Angel can hit through the hug of the Chandra as well. So let's see if that Zenitsu is going to be tanky enough to take the hit from the Fire Twin Angel.
In this case, would you go for the strip? Does go for the strip, does also go for the boost up. So it's trying to get the reset in here right away. Tries to get any stuns, did not get any stun. There is the additional turn. Do we get armor breaks? No armor breaks altogether.
If he kill, it might be over. It did not kill yet, but there's another turn from the Rakuni. But the glancing did not manage to connect on the Fire Twin Angel. That is not looking good for Zayzas right there because, oh, fat heal from the Velajul. Is it going to be enough to keep the Zenitsu alive though? Because attack box people is coming from the Fire Twin Angel.
Yeah, that's going to be a lot of damage right there, and I definitely do think he will try to connect it. And this is the question, how tanky is your Fire Twin Angels? Does go for it, third skill, how much damage are we going to do? Oh, not enough, 4k damage is a lot of damage, but this Zenitsu is also very tanky.
I think it's a combination of minus fire and the Fire Twin Angel nowadays being built with tanky build in their mind, but the reflect damage is looking so close. It almost killed this Win Zenitsu right there. Angela, sneaky damage.
Yeah, and if you place the shield right now, the Zenitsu can only hit on any shield. So for that reason, would the Zenitsu simply take it out on this hit right here?
You never know. We shall find out. Zenitsu going in with the damage. He has to hurt himself in the process. Boom. Wait, what? It did not pop the pop. It did not hurt. It did not hit hard enough. It glanced on the Rakuni, so it didn't hit hard enough.
Well, you can definitely activate the passive right now. You can also wait to activate the passive later, or just not activate the passive with the skill 2. But then again, if you go multi-hits right now, it doesn't have too much of value. You can definitely go for the immunity. Goes for multi-shot somewhere else though, but do you want to be activating the passive, or he's just simply waiting for it to get the skills back up, I guess?
Yeah, he's just waiting for the skill 3 to get back up. And right now, the only way to save the Zenitsu is a stun from the Chandra. Can it happen early enough to save the Win Zenitsu here?
Oh, we can go. Does not connect that stun. We once again have shields. But also after this, we have the Water Twin Angels moving. Is that going to be enough push up for the damage itself? And there's just so much turns on all of those passive units. There's so much shield. Having a Rakuni and an Angela, which is pretty much just a double Rakuni, it is so annoying to play against. And well, there you take it out by yourself. It's just like, I don't need this unit anymore. You can have it. It's fine.
Wow, the deciding damage was from Angela. It wasn't from any of the other units. It was actually from Angela. That was kind of crazy.
That was an insane interaction because I expected that to happen earlier because I did think, I wasn't 100% sure, but does that reflect go through the passive? Well, the answer is yes, he did have the passive up there, but it was just simply waiting for the right moment that Zayzas at some point had to hit some of the fire units, and then it's still, if you're 100 crit rate, it is going to be a 50-50 if you're going to connect that crit. Hit hard enough, and just simply like take your own life that way.
Ooh, that is hard. Like, I feel like in the 2025, reflect damage is such an underrated mechanic because sometimes I fight Angela combined with the Dark Indra, and the reflect damage is insane. Like, you just dying to your own damage. It's very funny.
Absolutely. What if you pair it together with an Alexandra? Because Alexandra has reflect damage by itself, but then also provides a really strong shield. So you have a lot of shield potential with a lot of reflect damage right there. And that also shows it. Angela, I don't want to be facing that one anymore.
And here we go. No Chroma, no Angela. First pick for Zazas. Definitely locking in the Water Twin Angel. And over there, we have Souls Hunter going for the Oliver Miles angle. Losing the Rakuni, though. And no more Angela. What kind of healer will Soul Hunter go for to support these two units?
Yeah, it's definitely interesting to see that Rakuni is 100% a steal rather than like, I want to be playing Rakuni against your units right now. And it makes a lot of sense because the Miles Rakuni combination is what makes it really strong. You could pair it up with the Wind Twin Angels, however. We have seen that before. It is still that speed buff and it is really good. But then again, do you have it ruined?
Probably yes. Probably. Let's see what he's gonna go with here. It's gonna be a lot of turn one. It's gonna be Fire Robo. He's locking in. He doesn't need healing. He's just gonna demolish the enemy with a lot of stun.
Definitely an interesting unit to see, and another interesting unit over there with an Amdawad. So normally the Fire Robo is drafted into units that have a guaranteed additional turn, such as a Sierra or Gianna skill 2 or a Diana skill. But then again, this time around it is not there. Also, the combination of a Leo plus an Amdawad is a little bit weird because, well, I think he just expects the Leo to be banned because Amdawad is speed scaling himself as well.
But I think a lot Amdawad just there for the annoying stun and slow in between because Soul Hunter doesn't have any immunity and that's the perfect environment for Amdawad to thrive. And Vert being drafted to maybe let the Leo stay.
I'm not too sure. Yeah, it's kind of weird because the enemy has more healing than you. Sure, you have more cycling, but your Miles is going to be completely useless if you let the Leo in. I think you still have to ban that Leo.
It might actually be the healer ban for Soul Hunter and he's gonna let Leo stay. I think so. Oh, it's gonna be Leo and Vert getting banned out. So Soul Hunter will have to welcome this Amdawad with open arm, no immunity. It's gonna be a rough game for Soul Hunter, I think.
Let's see what this Miles can do. Miles taking the first turn. It is followed up by this Twin Angels, but it is taking a stun. But also the screen for me is not showing anything too much. Yes, it is showing us right now. Hey, that's us. But we actually have it.
And we're gone again. But anyway, they all stunned up. Oh, so Soul Hunter's going to be the one that get the stun going first instead of Zazas.
Yeah, we definitely have that stun going and a full team stun. Also, the Rakuni isn't being able to cleanse that much. You could probably boost up the Twin Aegis. Twin Aegis does have skill 2 stun. Do you connect? It doesn't connect anything. That is not something we normally see from the Twin Aegis from Zazas.
Yeah, because I've seen Water Twin Angel stun an entire team many times before. So now, after all that stun, we kind of see nothing being done yet except for a bit of damage on the Water Twin Angel that if not being controlled properly, Rakuni is gonna turn all that damage away. Oh, beautiful increased cooldown on the Amdawad to dodge the AoE slow debuff.
Also that, but also an additional turn at the perfect moment. You always like to take an additional turn on that skill 2 to get your skill 3 in faster. You also have stuns on that Fire Robo right there. So currently, Souls Hunter is sitting in the driver's seat, even though he's not killing the units on the enemy side that much just yet.
Oh, and Amdaw's not doing the magical despair stun that he should do. And Oliver is keeping the Amdawad attack bar in check. Oh, missed the attack bar portion right there. But I think Robo is going to have another round of attack bar with another round of attack bar. Things are dying to these additional damage artifacts and a lot of stun still.
Yeah, definitely a lot of stuns, and this is where we see between the two players. Actually, Miles was the important factor between the two players getting victories in. Miles was just very well contested, and it is interesting to see where there's a meta where there's a lot of different units being good, but Miles still making its own way in there with the Miles, Rakuni, and Oliver still taking it back. In this case, Rakuni on the enemy side, but we have Souls Hunter taking the victory.
And huge congratulations to the blue team, the Boladao team, for having an amazing day today. They were not looking good on the leaderboard. They didn't have a lot of points, but after today, they're doing really well for themselves. They got so many wins. They got so many 2-0, not giving a single point to Zaza's team. And that is very important. While winning, you're also denying any chance for enemy to take any points to catch up with you at the end of the day. So very well well played day for the blue team.
Absolutely, and it was also very interesting to see that Chow interaction against an Angela. Would have been kind of weird if the Angela as a full-on support unit would have been able to win that, but in the end, it is a really close matchup that might just come down to how good is your Chow route or how good is your Angela route, because it's both those kind of units that are more of a fifth pick position, and how good of a rune depth do you have to still have a fifth pick being very strong. Why did they not take the highlight of the Zenitsu? No, they didn't take the highlight of the Zenitsu leaving the battlefield by himself. I think that was the best point of that match altogether.
Wait, today we had Gianna leaving the battlefield, and then we have the Zenitsu also leaving the battlefield on their own terms. It's kind of funny. Anyway, guys, that is it for the America Summit today. Amazing matches today. And of course, there'll be more America Summit on the same time, on the same day-ish next week. It's going to be very, very fun. And once again, huge shout out to all the team who played today. Thank you so much for their time, because all these matches, they take a lot of time and they have to spend the time in their day to play and trying to do their best. It's a lot of commitment. And also huge shout out to Say Shizzle for spending his 1 a.m. to 5 a.m. today here with me. Like, I would not be able to do that. Like, I don't know how he's awake, to be honest. So thank you so much, man. We really appreciate your time.
Yeah, definitely. Thanks for having me. I had a blast. It's a really fun tournament. I really do like the format, and there's just a lot of things going on with just like the whole drafting style, but also just drafting your player styles. Like, you're not just drafting your units, but you're also, as a team, drafting like, when are we playing? Like, when is who going to be playing against who? Do we put in that Angemon? There's a lot of things that go into it, but in the end, it is still a 1v1, and you have to be winning your matches. If you get more points than the enemy, you'll be winning.
And that is it for us today, guys. Thank you so much for watching. We really appreciate y'all. Summoners World America Summit will be happening once again every single weekend from now on. So that's going to be very, very exciting. And here are the points of the team. Once again, True Dolphin all the way at the top. Team Bolodao not moving from the 5th place, but got a lot of points today. Undergod, unfortunately, didn't get a lot of points today. Team True Whale is still in the middle. So True Dolphin look like they are securing their spot in the playoff at the end. Meanwhile, all the other teams are very close to one another. So we will never know what is going to happen between them. And next week matches, we'll be seeing True Dolphin against Undergod, Tears against Team Bolodao. And let's see what's going to happen next week. But right now, that is the end for today's stream. Thank you so much for watching. Hope you guys have a very fantastic time. And don't forget to follow the Twitch, follow the YouTube of the COM2US channel, so you never miss another amazing day of the America Summit. And that's it for us today, guys. Thank you so much for watching. And before you go, there's going to be another coupon right down there for you guys to get 2 mystical scroll. So don't forget to get the coupon.
Might be your Miles, might be your Oliver, might be your dupe into a blessing, or might be your dupe into LD scrolls and then your LD5. You never know. It's always worth to try.
For sure, for sure. And the coupon's gone. Key that in, because that one is going to expire in like 24 hours, I think. These one expire a little bit too fast, to be honest. But that is it for us today. Once again, thank you so much for all the team behind the scene making this show happen. It's not just us, it's not just me or Say Shizzle. There's a bunch of people behind the scene who are working on this as well. So huge shout out to them. And thank you so much for watching. And I'll see you guys soon. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
I think I say bye-bye too fast. There's like 30 seconds. Oh, it's gone now. Haha, bye-bye.